Good
Hello.
evening.
Good evening. I first want to know, Jack, how you kind of got into the acting business, why you wanted to do so, and how you kind of got your first big break.
Okay, and I have a style that slightly meanders like a lovely river. So chip in at any time and,
Mhm.
I'll just go ahead. So I always wanted to be a lawyer. I was influenced by not the television shows, but the books about Perry Mason.
Mhm.
And I glorified it. Of course, there was something dramatic about it, but also I wanted, especially in South Africa, to intercede between the state and the individual. I wanted to be a human rights lawyer. My uncle and aunt were opposed to apartheid, and I wanted to, be somebody who uh, really stood up against injustice, and I regarded apartheid as unjust. So I was at school in Johannesburg, in a co-educational government school in Johannesburg. I went to university in Johannesburg, the University of the Witwatersrand, and you know, I that was kind of what I had in mind. I had done some acting at school. I was always told by Mrs. Lehman, who was my English teacher, and other people, oh, you're going on the stage, you're going to be an actor. People were kind of amazed when I sort of showed off in the class doing Shakespeare, and I didn't always get the lead, but at a certain point I started always to get leading parts or the lead in school plays. And I directed and performed in a one-act play festival in which I did a sort of, funny enough, an anti-war, I'm just going to make a note of this, an anti-war play at school, and I won Best Director and Best Actor there. But I was actually kissing my girlfriend Sally Ann in the projection room, so I didn't get my prizes. But I was always interested in the theatre and so on. Then I went to the army, and then I started my law degree. I was a part of the university players, but my folks knew an actress. She was pretty well known, and they said maybe I'll get some lessons from her. She saw something in me. So by the time I was really 17, 18, I was working as a professional in radio dramas, in certain radio things, and indeed on the stage. I had no training, but I was invited to be in plays. I did an amateur version of a play by Peter Shaffer called Royal Hunt of the Sun and so on. So I started to, do amateur shows with adults and indeed professionals. I just had lunch on Sunday with somebody I've known since the first moon landing, in which, because I was not a known voice, I played Neil A. Armstrong in a drama called The Challenge of Space. And, since that time I was broadcasting and so on. At a certain point, especially, let's say in my second year, I was reading a law report. I loved the law library in my university. It was a wonderful place. In those days, people could smoke, so it had a kind of a haze. You didn't really notice it in those days. And I read my uncle's case, where he was charged with not betraying a fellow comrade in the struggle against apartheid. And my uncle went to jail. So my uncle had been in jail pretty much throughout the 60s. And I started to feel that you were sort of capital B beaten before capital B had begun. And I started to think maybe there's a different way towards justice through, just telling stories. So I moved, still being a law student, I moved to a theatre in Cape Town, a legendary theatre called The Space, where I worked with absolutely fantastic writers and actors, very brave people, very brilliant people, who worked with a certain kind of acting, a certain kind of physical movement, and a certain kind of theatre made without props and so on. And by then I was already established as someone who saw that the theatre could do a lot. It could entertain, it could make people laugh. No harm in that at all. That's a wonderful thing. But it could also be an instrument for dissidents and so on. And then I was lucky enough to work with other British directors and directors from around the world, finished my degree. I didn't get a law degree. I got a bachelor's degree in economics called a Bachelor of Commerce. And in amongst this, while I was working in the space, because I had saved up enough money from radio and so on, my folks weren't especially wealthy, but I got on a plane. I bought a plane ticket, got on a plane, auditioned at the Bristol Old Vic, had a note in my pocket in case the plane crashed, telling my mother and my girlfriend where I was. You see, you brought me luck. I just found a fiver in my pocket. Huh? Improvisation. Anyway, and I trained at the Bristol Old Vic. And so that's how I came out of it. I just want to tell you one thing, because it's lovely to talk poetically. My father had a watchmaking workshop and business. And in the early 1960s, Mandela came into that workshop. And effectively, my father fixed Mandela's watch before Mandela's sentence. So Mandela ticked off on that watch right throughout the his sentence of 27, 28 years. You know, his time, capital T, and it was time that brought the revolution. You know, and so I trained at the Bristol Old Vic, and that's how I came into acting. I trained at the Bristol Old Vic in 1973. I began exactly 50 years ago, come this September.
Right.
So I arrived in this country in September 1973, exactly half a century ago. I was at the Bristol Old Vic so I was at the school. Exactly 50 years ago in 1973, I began at the school in Bristol, the Bristol Old Vic Theatre School, earning money at the bar. My mother was sending money over. I'd sold my car, and I'd also saved up money. And so I stayed alive throughout from 73 to 75. Then got a job at the Bristol Old Vic in the company where I started to earn. And my money went up from £30 a week until the early part of 1976, when it went up to £36 a week. And I was living very well on that, actually, in those days, in real terms, you know. And then I got a job on a film called Star Wars.
Yes.
And then from 76, I went through a period of, you know, doing different jobs, partly in repertory, like at Oxford. But then I went to the Royal Shakespeare Company, came out, did a job in the West End, blah, de, blah, de, blah. And in amongst all that, I was getting odd television jobs. I did the very last Sweeney ever made, which actually had in it Morecambe and Wise. I got to work with Morecambe and Wise when I was in my 20s. Can you imagine? I mean, you know, I was working with all these great Shakespearean actors, and I'd been at drama school. I learned more in a few days with Morecambe and Wise than I did anywhere else. And, you know, did plays here and there, a variety of them. I went to the Liverpool Everyman, which was a legendary, very exciting, quite small, not a big theatre. You wouldn't call it a fringe theatre, but it was a sort of innovative theatre, not really in the round, but in the semi-round. And, you know, the number of people who came out of there, you know, an extraordinary number of really well, Pete Postlethwaite, Anthony Sher, Terry Hands, Bernard Hill, and so on, had worked there before I got there, I hasten to add. And then by the early 1980s, I was sort of going between London and other places. And I got a job in Greece playing a eunuch. You're supposed to look surprised. It was I had a wonderful cast that, you know, I met Sir Robert Stevens, and many others. And I'd been directing then, and I was doing certain things in the Fringe Theatre, and suddenly I'd got this telly job, and they paid me very nicely. I was single, I didn't have any kids. And so, you know, I was living pretty well. And I got this job, and I went to a few interviews at that time. One was for the eunuch, and one was just an interview that I went for and didn't really recall. And I was in Greece being the eunuch when I got a call in my hotel room. This is before mobile phones. I got a call in my hotel room and they said, stay in Greece. They're going to fly you over. You've got 11 weeks on a Bond film.
Wow. So you didn't have to audition or anything? It was just kind of sort of landing?
No, I did. I had a meeting. I went into a meeting, and it's difficult to describe the room where I met. It felt like it might have been quite technical, actually. Maybe a studio with some technical stuff. It wasn't sort of someone's sitting room, but I might be wrong. It's a long time ago. And, you know, of course, you're nervous. You're meeting people. And I walked in, and there was a guy over there, and a very gentle man with very nice features and so on. He introduced himself. He was very polite. He said, hello, I'm John Glenn. And over in the corner was this man who had a certain similarity to my dad, actually. He's a little overweight, wonderful forehead, you know, with a shiny brow and a very gentle face. And I sort of said what I was doing. And he said, this man said, it's okay, you're here now. He sounded not that far off Marlon Brando, as you know, in The Godfather. And that was Cubby Broccoli.
Yeah.
So it was John Glenn and Cubby Broccoli. I suspect there was probably a casting person there and some other people. But I sort of forgot about it. It was only later when I got the call. Don't forget, we were in a place called Xylokastron in Greece. And I'd been swimming and just hanging out. You know, I had some days on the thing as a eunuch, which was a wonderful part. The story was about Alexander the Great. It was a Time Life series about Alexander the Great. It had Ian Charlton in it as Alexander's lover, and Jane Lapotaire and Julian Glover. Actually, Julian Glover was there. I did a lot of work with Julian at that time. The Bond movie was the third thing that I did with him. And she just said, my agent just said, stay in Greece and you're in a Bond film.
That's lovely. I mean, because what was, having known Julian before, what kind of, how did you find Julian as a person, as an actor?
Well, you see, my first encounter with Julian was as this man who, for our time, for our generations, he was a big guy, you know, tall and thin. Well, he's in his 80s now. I mean, in those days, I have no idea how old he was. He was probably in his 40s, 50s. He was a tall guy. We had a lot. We were in Shakespeare. So we were in a production by Terry Hands at the Royal Shakespeare Company called Henry VI. Now, Henry VI is by Shakespeare, and it's in 3 parts. So on certain rare occasions, we did all 3 parts in one day. But mainly we'd do 1 and then 2 and so on. And Julian, I don't know all the parts he played, but one of them was a character called Warwick. Warwick, in the time of Henry the King Henry, and then Henry VI and Edward and Richard III, who was at that time Richard of Gloucester. At that time, there was a man called Warwick who was sort of related to them all. He was just a duke, but he was the kingmaker. And so he kept people on various sides. And he was the man, you know, kind of keeping all the kings together and so on. And he rather liked my character. My character was Clarence. So Clarence features in Richard III. So this was Henry VI, and then there's Richard III. Clarence and Gloucester go through. Of course, Gloucester becomes Richard III. And in Henry VI, he's pretty much of a baddie too. Indeed, spoiler alert, at the end of Henry VI, he kills, Gloucester kills Henry VI, he kills him. You know, I had some interesting scenes because Clarence was a traitor. He was known as false, fleeting, something or other, Clarence, you know, a bad guy. And he was also a bit of a drunk. His death, he was drowned in a butt of Malmsey in a barrel, like a butt of wine. And so he was sort of a ne'er-do-well, like the middle kid, like the spare, a bit like Prince Harry, it occurs to me. And so Julian was involved in that. And then when I was doing the eunuch, who was called Bagos, who was Persian, had very dark hair and very dark eyes. Julian was the king. The king of Macedonia was Philip of Macedon, he was known as. And Julian was playing that part. And it's worth knowing that Philip of Macedon had a son called Alexander and hired a teacher to teach Alexander. And the teacher was Aristotle. So we had a character called Aristotle in our thing. And Aristotle was an actor called Michael, his name will come to me. And Michael, his name will come to me, was married to Michael Williams, I think his name was married to Judi Dench. Yeah. And I'd never met Michael before, Michael Williams. I'm pretty sure his name is Michael Williams. We traveled out to Greece together, and he was fond of a drink, and he was a very sweet, rather small man, very nice looking, very brilliant actor who had discovered that Aristotle should stutter and walk around a lot, something that I nicked from him when I did a sort of funny act as Aristotle. But he would sit there with his vodka and, every night had to phone Judy. So he was in it, and Julian was Philip of Macedon. Julian was the king. And I think maybe they liked the arrangement. We were both in Greece, and we both just went along from Alexander the Great to the Bond film.
Yeah, that's very interesting. It's sort of like a package, sort of association, and perhaps saw you at the same time, perhaps. And that's very good.
It might well have been, yes. So and I followed them. So they had, of course, Julian was married to Isla Blair, and still is. And they had a kid called Jamie who came out to Greece, and I met him. Jamie now is an established, nice-looking actor, very probably in his late 40s or even 50s. He was a little boy then.
Being on the film for 11 weeks, was there much that was cut from the film, and did you have more to do than what ended up on screen? Or I suppose you might not remember that.
No, I mean, I think pretty much. I mean, they hired me because of my look. I was dark, as you've seen the photographs, the way I was then. And so they hired me for that. Charles Dance was in that film, as you well know, and didn't have any lines. I had no lines. And they definitely hired me for a sort of menacing look. I was really amazed by how it turned out, how they shot me. I'll tell you, by the way, that I was so excited on the on the boat, because we were on various yachts and various places. And there's an awful lot of sitting around. And if you think how long I was on that film, getting my wage and getting per diems, my expenses paid, you just sit around. And the main thing they hired me from was, to look sort of menacing in different scenes, be around Bond. And then at the end, and I'm not taking any credit for this, there is a really sensational mountain scene, and that caused an incredible stir. I read one critic around about that time who said that scene was one of the great stunts, the great moments in cinema history. And now that Roger's dead and time has passed, I may as well tell you that was done by a man called Rick Sylvester, as you well know. And Rick Sylvester had done the skiing thing with the Union Jack in a previous film, and of course he worked it out. I'm going to tell you this, you may have heard it from other people, but that's an impossible thing to do. You do not fall 100 and so many feet off a mountain to the end of a rope. You will die. But he had a series of breaks. I always wondered why they didn't do the Polanski thing, which is to to pull Rick up and then show the film backwards, which is what Polanski would have done. But they didn't do that. And again, he earned a lot of money. I believe he bought a house out of the first stunt with the skis, and then he also earned a lot of money on that. There were a lot of stuntmen all the way along, and I met a few of them. Amazing people. A guy called Martin Grace became a friend, and the main stunt people were extraordinary. One person died, I believe, in the ski sequence. You might have heard about that. And they were, just remarkable people, wonderful people. But to answer your question, what I was required to do was to knock the pitons in and to be killed by Bond and to fall down. And, those sequences didn't take a lot of time, but that's basically what I was there for. In those days, movies had a different kind of schedule. And indeed, maybe in the years before, you'd hear of people being on Cleopatra for 9 months. You'd hear of people being on, I don't know, My Fair Lady and those things for a long, long time, and they just kept paying you. And so you did quite well. In my case, they sent me home. In other words, it was cheaper for them to pay whatever I was being paid and to go home to London. I mean, my girlfriend was surprised when I returned because I kept it quiet for her. Maybe a dangerous thing to do with a girlfriend, but I did. But maybe I was confident. But they sent me home and probably saved on the per diems and the hotel. And then they brought me out again. We filmed in a variety of places, but no, I don't think they cut that much. I'll tell you a couple of things. One is that I was so excited on the yacht, and you get bored. Although I had things to do, and I'll explain what I mean by that. But you get bored anyway. I got very excited because it was going to be lunch, and I ran up this metal staircase and hit my nose and broke a tooth. And they took me straight to a doctor. I got stitches. I was still bleeding. I had a sort of line. I mean, you could see traces of it. And I broke a tooth. That got fixed. The dentist actually took out a wisdom tooth at the same time. No anesthetic, just by the way. And I had a little scar. And, the makeup people on that kind of film, even if you're in a close-up, even if you've got a blemish like that, I mean, I swear to you, the guy just, he just looked at my nose like that. And he just went and went like that, and he just took a tiny bit of flesh colored makeup on the brush and just went, just one stroke just across my nose, and you don't see it in photographs. And they must have talked to the lighting guy. They never, because they very often fuss at you, makeup people. You never saw any of that. So I had a couple of scenes wandering around. I had a couple of scenes up a mountain. I had a scene in the Rolls Royce. I don't know if you remember that. I drove that. And for the rest, they gave me a caravan in the middle of nowhere. There was money to spend in those days. And I wrote 2 plays during that time and a sort of comedy act. Well, I wrote a play and a half because I had nothing to do. And, you feel so relaxed because the money's coming in, you can do what you like. So, I mean, I didn't complete the play, but I sort of mapped it out and I wrote some stuff for friends to perform and so on. And read a lot. I read all of Doris Lessing's Golden Notebook and so on while waiting.
Well, so it sounds lovely time. You mentioned the scene where you're driving the Rolls Royce. So you would have met Cassandra Harris. Do you remember much about Cassandra Harris?
Well, it's funny. I do remember her, and I was thinking about her today. On social media, there were some pictures of her and Pierce Brosnan. Of course, she got that job long before he was even thought of as Bond, I would imagine.
Yes.
She was very lovely, very, very kind. There are these things that you learn when you're a young actor. She had her glasses. So she was wearing her glasses, but she had a tissue on her nose, so she didn't got to get a line in close-up. And she was a very sweet, very friendly person who I probably knew for 2 days. But I've never forgotten her because, first of all, she was very kind and very friendly, but also because it tells you a lot about a lot. And please don't feel that I'm knocking the Bond films, because I think it's a great franchise and they're great films. And, you know, I read all the books as well, by the way. I read all the books when I was a teenager. You know, I'm old enough to have read them as they came out. Yeah. And of course, they were very sexy, which was, made an impression on me, but they were extraordinary, you know, this amazing figure. Anyway, so I got to know her a little bit, and she was very, very friendly, very nice. I mean, super friendly and impressively so. But anyway, we met the director, John Glenn, and he said, "Oh, hi, Cassie. Hi, Jack." And of course, she being an actress said, "How was the scene yesterday?" You know, that sort of rather needy. Actors can't help it, you know. "How was the scene?" And so on. He went, "Sensational." It was completely brilliant. And of course, she started to glow and, you know, sort of expand in a nice way, you know, just feel very good about herself. And he said, "I mean, you know, it's amazing. Your stunt woman went straight through the windscreen." It was just a very strange thing about their values. You know, she wanted to be, you know, Sarah Bernhardt. She wanted to be a great actress. And he was saying, "Yes, well done. By the way, you're going to look great in the movie because your stunt woman went through the window of the car." And that's my memory of her. And I've always thought about it. And I think, you know, what a decent, good guy Pierce Brosnan is. I met him once because he was a friend of a friend. He would never remember. You know, somebody who was at drama school with him, I met him briefly. And, you know, he was always a gifted, actually rather a funny, good, gifted actor who got landed with this Bond thing. And he should never have been. He's not a good singer, but he's a very good, accomplished actor. And he seemed to have really, 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 really loved her. And in show business, that doesn't always happen. So it's great.
Well, yeah, I mean, his wife, his current wife, they've been together for 20, 30 years. And again, that is not common in itself, is it? Well, in any industry, but certainly in the film business. So,
no,
he always comes across as a very adorable man, I think.
Yes, indeed. Yes, I mean, I met George Lazenby a couple of times, and, you know, he had a reputation for this, that, and the other, always charming. Roger Moore was always really nice to me. I mean, really nice to me and very supportive. And he'd heard that I was this writer and this actor. And, you know, he was always good about that. And I, you know, briefly met Pierce Brosnan. And Daniel Craig was in a film called The Power of One. Because I come from South Africa, some casting woman got me to be the dialect coach. I wasn't the top. I don't think they may have credited me. I've never seen the film. But I was a dialect coach for a range of actors. The young woman, the ingenue in that film, there was a young black woman. I trained them in their accents. And one day, this guy came to the front door of my house, this young actor, and he was in The Power of One, and he had to learn a South African accent. So whenever you see Daniel Craig doing a South African accent, the basis of it came from me. I was writing, and I believe I had a little bit of Tipex on my face, you know, while I was writing. In those days, you corrected your errors with Tipex. And he came in, and I taught him a South African accent. And I remember distinctly going, that man has a face. My God, that guy's got an extraordinary face. It was like, you know, carved and wonderful. So I've met a few of them and been very lucky, you know.
And did you find that Roger Moore was very jovial on set? He's, of course, has a reputation of being a great practical joker. Do you see any of that aspect about him?
I never saw his practical jokes. He was always quick. He was always sharp. Yeah, he told an enormous number of dirty jokes. And I felt for him once because while I was filming, he went on, I guess it must have been Wogan. I think it was Wogan, one of those chat shows, either while I was working with him or just afterwards. And of course, he would just work on set. He always came on set. You've probably heard this a zillion times, but he'd come on set and say, "Never fear, the saint is here." He was always kind of farting about. He was
Mm.
always playing backgammon with Cubby. I'm sure you've heard that.
Mm.
He didn't suffer fools. There was one guy on the film, and you would remember him. And this guy spent his whole time walking around in the sun, flexing his muscles. He was very proud of his body, this guy. And I don't think he endeared himself to people on the set because of the simple vanity of it and his sort of arrogance. So he and Roger Moore always had, a cigar. And he was just sort of had it there, He was wandering around and he was always playing backgammon and just relaxing. And this guy came up to Roger Moore and said, "Where are we, Roger?" Meaning, what's happening on set, But it was, I think Roger Moore thought, who does this guy think he is? Does he think my equal, And of course, Roger Moore never lorded it over any, but he was always very friendly, Anyway, this guy said, where are we, Roger? Where are we, Roger? And Roger Moore said, Corfu, I believe. He didn't suffer, but he was very nice to me when during that Rolls-Royce thing. The guy who owned the Rolls-Royce, this Greek guy whose Rolls-Royce it was, he was very nervous. And literally all I had to do was drive it, I don't know, 17 yards, 20 yards or something. Drove very nicely, by the way. And I think it was Cassandra Harris. You're right. I think she was in the car with us. Right. Yes. But she was very, very quiet. And, he would tell us stories. He would say things like, I've got a friend called Leslie Brickus. Leslie Brickus was a songwriter who made a lot of money with a lot of very famous songs. And he said, one day Leslie Brickus said to me, "How are things going, Rog? Do you have two identical rollers either side of the pond?" And, he did all this thing. But, while I was driving, the owner of the roller would come up and sort of look fussy and everything. And people would come up and come up and come up, and all I had to do was drive a little way. And Roger Moore knew that by then I'd had a little experience. I'd been an actor in radio and on stage and in telly and stuff. And he just sort of wound down the window and said, "Look, what is the fucking panic? Just let us do our job." Now, he was kind of saying that kind of to me. And, those kind of things you never forget because, he was always very kind to me. And people told me that he was being very nice about me. I had a tiny part, but that he was being very nice to me and, about me and had asked what I do. And people said, this guy writes his own material and, and has done this. And he was extremely good to me. Also, when we did the kicking sequence, of course, he had to climb up and I had to kick him. So they put him on these mattresses on top of the rock so that when I kicked him, he could just fall down. He was 53 at that time, as you know.
Yeah.
And so, and he just came up to him and he said to me, "Don't do it." I said, "What?" He said, "Don't go to the edge. Don't go to the edge." He said, "You don't have to go to the edge." He said, "When I'm up high, my legs go to cotton wool." And I said, "You're James Bond. You're James Bond." And he said, "I know. Don't believe everything," whatever he said. No, he just sort of said, but he said, "Don't do it." And in fact, I was scared. I mean, I don't have vertigo, thank goodness. I know people who have. My wife has vertigo, as a matter of fact, but not the girlfriend. We parted company amicably, by the way, but my wife has vertigo. But she she understands this and so on. I don't have that, but I was scared. Anyway, they got two guys, one there, with a long leather, kind of almost like a belt, a strip of leather, and they put it around my waist so that I walked forward. I wouldn't feel scared. And I just walked forward and kicked him. And, it all worked very, very nicely. But that sequence, around then, right at the end, Carole Bouquet didn't endear herself to the set. I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but, well, she was sort of, wandering around and adorning different places. And there was one, the thing that I'm sure you've been told is that there were two monks in this area called Meteora. Have you heard about this? So we were
I
We
did hear
want
the monks were a bit difficult in terms of letting them film, but not much beyond that.
well, they covered the roofs of their
Hmm.
monastery, the various points of their monastery, with yellow plastic like bin liners, so that,
Hmm.
you literally couldn't film that way. And Carole Bouquet kept going, and people were talking about, those guys, what do they do? What are they about? Are they living together? And people always, showbiz are always asking, what's their sexuality and whatever you want to know. But anyway, there was a lot of gossip about them, and you could see them sometimes, And I think they thought we were evil or something, or maybe they didn't get enough money. I don't know what the argument was, but anyway, they covered over. So Carole Bouquet kept saying, I want to see a monk. I want to see a monk. She did it in a sort of theatrical way. And she was very sweet and very pretty. And she, as I say, she wasn't especially popular. She kept saying, I want to see a monk. And as she was saying, I want to see a monk, the first assistant came up and said, your mark's just there, love. Just there on the floor. That's your mark. There, just there. But Carole Bouquet had a man in her life who was a very dear friend of Roman Polanski, and was Roman Polanski was a Polish Jewish man, and this guy who was Carole Bouquet's boyfriend was a Lebanese guy who was about the same stature. He was small, and they were like they're like brothers, him and Polanski. And he used to wander around. He didn't endear himself to the set for some reason. I think he drank a lot. Roger Moore's hairdresser, who was the brother of Jones, the drummer. It was a drummer who was, I think, a Rolling Stone. Was it Jones, Mick Jones? Anyway, he either played for the Who or the Rolling Stones or something. My mind's been on other things today, but anyway, this guy was a rock star and very fond of the drink and the drugs. And this hairdresser was also fond of the drink and the drugs, and nobody said anything, and Roger never said anything. And so people would say, "What's his name? Jones? He's fallen down the stairs or something." And Roger would go, "Oh, thanks for telling me." It was all just one of those things. Okay, he drinks a bit, and we'll sort that out. But I swear to you, Roger Moore would wander around, and the guy would come up and just literally just take a little bit of that, and it was his job. He was Roger's hair guy, and he just made his hair look great in every scene. And I'll just tell you one other story about Roger Moore, which is there was one scene that took place in a kind of nightclubby area, and Roger Moore. It's just a story about. It's the traditional British way of self-deprecation. He picked up this mic and he went, "The loveliness of Paris," and somebody said, "Careful, Roger, careful. We've got singers coming in today." And he said, "It's too late for that. We have actors coming in every day." It was kind of saying, I know who I am. I mean, what an amazing, there's no angle at which he didn't look great. And of course, they made him up and everything. But, there was no angle, and he was in incredibly good shape. And, wandered around. He came in every morning on a yacht, on a sort of launch, a biggish motorboat. And he sort of drove in with a cigar, came in, never fear. The saint is here, got dressed, sat around playing backgammon, said a few lines, and every now and then he'd have to roll somewhere and do something. And quite often there were guests. I remember one day I was getting my, little sandwiches and my cup of, water or whatever, or coffee. And I was standing next to Jackie Stewart, who was a mate from next door in Switzerland. So it was a very impressionable time for me. And as you can imagine, lovely. As I say, I had a caravan. I was in the middle of fields in Greece, and I got to know the people. At one stage, I rented a moped and just drove around Corfu. I had money to spare and I had fun. And as I say, I read a lot and wrote a lot. It was a great time. I was very lucky.
Oh yes, that sounds fantastic, especially at a young age as well to absorb it all. I did want to have one question about the yacht sequence. We've got Julian Glover, it's John Wayman, and also another Crone the parrot. I wonder whether what it's like to have to work with animals, and whether you have any memories of the parrot at all.
I didn't.
Yeah. So it
I
must
think
have gone well
it
then.
might have been
Yeah.
in the same shot,
Yeah.
but seriously, they would bring us in. There are some scenes when I'm with them, or I don't really recall them. I remember once I had to be somewhere near a controls, and the thing with those films, the camera's there, and literally the director says, "All right, Jack, mate, look there, look there." Okay, that's a wrap for Jack.
Yeah, it becomes very technical and quite sort of
and some of the stuff you do know and you do see. The parrot might have been in the shot, but was not. I was not directly in contact with it. No.
Yeah. Interestingly, the parrot was owned by Cyd Child, who was the stunt lady that went through the dune buggy doubling for Cassandra Harris.
Well, there you are. Look how valuable she was to the show.
Yeah.
It's so unfair. It's so unfair. God, that's interesting. Yeah. Okay.
And going further back, the parrot was originally Dana Rigg's parrot, because they both worked. Cyd doubled Dana Rigg on the Avengers, and Dana Rigg had the parrot, and she kind of needed somebody to take him on, and Cyd took the parrot on. So that's a interesting side note, really.
I love hearing that. I really love hearing that. I mean, I remember when Julian Glover got the part, he, opinions vary and his story varies in terms of how much he got paid for it. And it's one of the reasons why he does these conventions and things like that, which I also do. My current agent spends a lot of time with Julian, but I want to tell you, because we were all talking about, what are you doing next and stuff, Julian told me that that he had played in the 1960s. What was then Czechoslovakia had a leader called Dubček, and Dubček was really the man in charge during what was known as the Prague Spring, where the whole of what was then Czechoslovakia opened up, because things were very easy. It was a time when the great novelist and short story writer Franz Kafka was, accepted. And a lot of Czechs maybe had read him in certain ways. But, things opened up during the 1960s for a short time. And then in 1968, the Soviet tanks went in, and it was a worldwide scandal. Many people, lefties I knew who were communists, parted company. It took them a long time, by the way, but they parted company and were no longer communists at that time. Anyway, Julian Glover bore a certain resemblance to Dubček. Maybe still does, who knows? But anyway, he played Dubček, and he said to me, the Bond people, Michael Wilson and Barbara and Cubby, she said they saw me as Dubček, and that's why they gave me the part of this baddie. And then he said, and Dubček's one of the nicest and most remarkable good guys of the earth. And here I am going from Dubček to a baddie. That was his take on it.
And obviously, by the time you did 3 Eyes Only, it was the 12th Bond. So did you kind of know what you were getting into in terms of the effect it would have on your life, or did it take you a bit by surprise?
It really didn't have much effect on my life. I mean, I can't remember what else I did during that year. I was offered a film. I was offered a very, very big film called The Desert King. I was offered the lead in it. But for a variety of reasons, including opposition from the King of Morocco to the film itself, and possibly to a Westerner playing the King. Well, anyway, that film didn't happen. And then I went to the Edinburgh Festival with a play that I'd written, and I performed it myself. And that started me off on a writing and acting solo thing that I'm still doing. I'm still doing that now. Even today, I've been, writing a piece that I myself am going to perform. And I'm very lucky because I've sort of gone between theatre and television and lived a good life of, reading and writing, and lucky enough to have met, hugely intelligent people. I mean, with the best will in the world, doing a Bond film is great and it's lovely to talk about it. But it's sort of, the fact that I read a Doris Lessing novel and other novels at that time is very much a part of that memory.
Yeah.
And some of the things I said, I remember we were talking about Captain Oates, going with Scott to the Antarctic. And, I said, the whole story is that Captain Oates said, I'm going outside. I might be some time. And of course, they ate him, I said. And the whole table looked at me and they thought, there Jack goes again, this weird, wild. I mean, they sort of tolerated me. But, I've always known odd things. They were all very sweet to me, by the way. But the fact is that it is quite likely that they ate Captain Oates.
Yes.
So that's the kind of thing. It was strange. I remember Julian Glover was sitting at a table, and he heard some people behind going, they're doing a Bond film. And then one of them said, who wrote the Bond films? And somebody said, oh, Rudyard Kipling. Rudyard Kipling wrote the Bond films. He must have made a fortune. So those are the kind of stories we told. And, I had never been to Greece before. My wife and I have a place in Greece right now.
Lovely.
I fell in love with it separately because this was before we met. She's been in love with Greece forever. We traveled around and, really got to know the place. And it didn't start well. I was playing, a eunuch. My first night there, I drank stuff, Domestica and Retsina. You got to watch that stuff. I had quite a hangover, and I wasn't expecting to go out to the location, but they wanted to see me because I have, hair, and I was playing a eunuch, so they had to shave me and they had to give me, makeup and all this and test things, and I had to learn a dance. So they took me out to the location. And of course I was hungover and I was not feeling great. And I wound down the window and a Greek beer came in and stung me on my tummy. So, it didn't start well, but I've been in love. I've been in love with Greece ever since. And indeed, I'm trying to learn the language now.
Well, that's lovely. I want just to backtrack a little bit. You of course were in the first Star Wars film.
Yes.
At a time when visual effects movies were very much a new thing. How did you kind of get to grips with the blue screen, and what did you think of that, of making Star Wars?
Well, it was completely amazing. Don't forget, I sat around again for 2 days. And since we're talking about being pretentious, at that time I was reading Ivan Turgenev's Fathers and Sons. Ironically enough, since Fathers and Sons features in the whole Darth Vader, I knew, I've always known, meant father. But, I mean, first of all, I was in this capsule. I've told the story many times, and the best version of it was in Japan, where a wonderful fan of Star Wars who flew us out there translated what I was saying into Japanese, and we worked it up into an act. So I would talk and he would talk and he would do the mime, and it was hilarious. But I mean, basically, again, I was on it for 2 days. I earned £250 for Star Wars. I've since earned a little more by signings. I never got any money for, merchandising or anything like that. But anyway, there was a board. I'm trying to show you a board, and now it's collapsed. So maybe you'll keep that in the recording. Sorry, are you okay?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
So I was trying to show you a board.
That's okay. Oh well.
Let me start again. We can run over a little bit so you've got time to edit.
Oh, that's lovely. Thanks, Jack.
Am I properly framed?
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah.
I've never done it before, but
Hmm.
so I was on
Something like that, yeah, on like a gimbal sort of thing. Yeah.
yes, and then in the middle was the capsule. So they did this, and these guys, there were about, I suppose, 8 to 10 guys, shaking, and I guess it was some kind of roller system. And so I was framed as I am in the film like this. So I didn't have to mime, I did that. And then George Lucas was very, very quiet. Look there, and then say your line. Red for standing by. I've got one, I'm hit. Am I properly framed? I think I look a little skew-with. How's that, better?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good.
Okay, so, and I said, I've got one, I'm hit. And they blew me up. It's now called green screen, but at that time it was a very wonderful blue screen. There's an artist whom I identify with the French system, Yves Klein. Yves Klein developed a very special blue. People have bags in that color or paintings. It's a very rich, very deep, wonderfully electric blue. And that was the color of the screen. And then, subsequent to that, you got all the effects. And that did amaze me. It completely amazed me. But, when I did Star Wars, nobody knew about it. I don't know if the budget was big or not. I met Mark Hamill. He was this young kid. He was a very bouncy, energetic, young American actor. Talked a lot. But that's what young actors do. He was full of it. They were all talking about the script, and it was at a time when, it's a funny thing to remark on today, but at that period, which was 1976, there'd been a massacre, terrible massacre in South Africa, where I come from. My mind was on so many other things. I was doing so many other things. I had, for the first time in my life, been really broke. Money that was supposed to come through didn't get through. I was in London, really living in London. I just didn't know what was going on. And I had no idea what this film was. My agent called it Stan Wars because, she misread the call sheet. And so it was a sort of an extraordinary thing, something I didn't fully understand. And it was only later, when we all went and saw it, when, the blue screen that we'd seen in the studio at Elstree had become this amazing thing. And I've subsequently realized, of course, that and I do a lot of storytelling, the basic structure of it was so related to the ancient myths influenced by Joseph Campbell that, it's become, quite religious. And as I told you, it was really shortly after Star Wars that I went to Stratford, maybe less than a year, by which time the film came out. And, I would be walking from the theatre to my flat where I lived, my room where I lived in Stratford, which wasn't a long journey, next to the River Avon where all the swans were. And I'd walk along, and time after time, Americans would come up and say, "Thank you, Mr. Klaff. I really enjoyed the Shakespeare. Were you in Star Wars?" It was like, and people were going there. I'm sure you've heard of people taking a lot of drugs to watch it. I mean, we knew it was special. We didn't know it was that special. Then we realized how much money people were making. I mean, Alec Guinness, it was traditional for actors at that time to get percentage points of a film. But he must have done, 40 films where he got points. And then suddenly he was, a multi-millionaire from one film that did so well. But to answer your question, you could tell they knew what they were doing. But it was kooky. The script was kooky. It had a sort of strange, plinkety-plonkety, maybe technical thing to it. But, he made it work. He really made it work. People are religious about that film. Almost more than the Bonds, actually. In fact, I would say very much more than the Bonds.
Yeah, I think you got the whole force thing. And I think, whether you believe in God or not, the idea of an energy that sort of is good and not good and bad, but you can that's kind of is more spiritual, isn't it? So I think a lot of people can sort of get on board with that element, and of course the other elements, and I can understand why it's almost almost a religion sort of
yes, and the structure, which is there's a hero, the hero's out there, the hero's in the ordinary world. The hero gets a call, the hero resists the call, the hero accepts a call, goes over a threshold, goes in, has many battles, has struggles, has big struggles, has more struggles, has a final struggle, and then returns to the ordinary world with what's known as boons, wonderful gifts. There are all of those things. I mean, it's very interesting because in the storytelling world, and forgive me for being this graphic, but very often great stories have one climax. Of course, we now know that in sex, some people have more than one climax, mainly women. So the female structure of a story will change in time, but it really is very brilliant. And you're right, it is kind of spiritual, if not religious. People call it religious, but it is a spiritual thing that goes very deep into the psyche of every human being. That's why those myths have endured. And Joseph Campbell, who had his faults, he certainly taught that very well. And I think George Lucas learned well.
Oh yeah, it certainly has a very classical structure, as you say. I did want to ask, as you mentioned them earlier, Morecambe Wise, what were they like when the cameras were on them? What, as people, what do you remember of Morecambe Wise?
Well, they were absolutely wonderful. They were very good to me. First of all, they had this theory that, my goodness me, these guys are the villains and what nice people they were. So that made us feel good. The other thing was, I'm of a generation where you had aunts, a bit like, Woodhouse, people who, they may have been lesbians or they may have been spinsters. In some cases, certainly right from the 20s, certainly after the First World War and after the Second World War, men were loved and went away and got killed, and women were left, or there weren't that many men to go around. So the whole phenomenon of aunts, which Woodhouse writes about, and don't forget, Woodhouse was really the early part of the 20th century. I had aunts, and Morecambe and Wise were like my aunties. They were very sweet. I think the first or the second day of the shoot, and don't forget, as I say, I was released from the Royal Shakespeare Company. I had a break, and that's how I managed to do this job. And you can imagine I was earning nicely at the Royal Shakespeare Company. And then I got this extra job. So, money-wise, it was nice. The director was very charming. They were all very encouraging about me. And I think the first or the second evening, Eric Morecambe and Ernie Wise invited us into their dressing room and opened their fridge and laid out all the drinks and some snacks. And it was like going to your auntie, they welcomed us and so on. By the time I worked with them, people used to remark, Ernie slowing down a bit, if the jokes like cough Arsenal and things like that, you have to go cough Arsenal. Now, some of the act Ernie had down. Of course, Ernie had been the sort of young child star and the dancer. And then with Eric was gifted as well and could sing and dance. Initially, Eric was the gormless guy, and Ernie was the guy in charge. And then over the years, they realized that actually it's very funny when Ernie is quick-witted. So, he got this kind of sparky thing. And in their relationship, they were like, their mothers put them in the same, they were like brothers, they slept in the same bed when they were kids. And that's one of the things they did when they were older. There was one occasion, there was an actor called George Mikel, who was a Lithuanian actor who'd been in a lot of amazing films like Guns of Navarone and so on. And anyway, he wanted to play chess against me. My dad was a very good chess player. I was okay. I was playing, but it looked like George Mikel was beating me. And George Michael looked up. Eric came over just to say hi to us. You know, you do all the sitting around. He said, "Hello, lads, how you doing?" We said hi, and George Michael said, "George, do you play chess?" And George, George, forgive me.
That's okay.
George said to Eric, "Eric, do you play chess?" And Eric Morecambe said, "Not that way," and knocked the whole all the pieces off. And of course, about 4 minutes later, I saw him talking to Ernie. And he was talking to maybe his mother or his brother or something. He said, "I just knocked over the chessboard." And he pointed to me and he said, "He fell about," and it was that kind of thing. It was like it's like being with your family, but there were some extraordinary moments. One was when we had to come in, and Eric and Ernie had to come in. It's like they were capturing us, we were the baddies, and so on. They were really written into the story because it was the last one ever made. And Dennis Waterman and John Thor were great mates of Eric and Ernie. So we kept it serious, but it was a lot of fun. And the idea was that there was some all-important object that was hidden in the ventriloquist's doll. So the Sweeney guys had to get this doll, and we, the baddies, wanted it as well. And so we came into this room, and so we were all in the same shot. So we came into shot, and the camera's there, and we're there, and Eric and Ernie are there. And Eric said to Ernie, "Ern," very quietly, he suggested that Ern move back a bit. And in double acts, they used to have that, Laurel and Hardy. Laurel used to know the camera angles, and the other one used to know other things. And it was clear that Eric understood the camera and which angle to go to. Those things when they used to dance or when one would go off in the distance and stuff, you could see that he absolutely understood that. And when he did a vent act. Now, the whole thing about the vent act was Eric would say, "Oh, smiling," and every time he said an N, he would point, and Ern would have to look the other way. So he'd go, "Oh, and he'd point, and Ern would look, And the timing there was absolutely miraculous. And they'd probably been doing it for years and years, but every take was different. So one take, Eric would sort of tap a fork and go, just to warm himself up and just to get himself loose. And they would do these various things. So in the relationship, they were completely united, and they absolutely understood what they were supposed to do. They just worked together. They were like, it was a real kind of togetherness relationship. And as I said, it was like being with your aunties. A couple of times people would say, "Eric," somebody once, we were always getting requests. So somebody said, "Eric, my sister runs a charity event or something." And every time anyone said anything like that to Eric, he said, "Talk to Ern." So Ernie was like the business guy. And there was one wonderful moment when I can't remember what it was, but they were supposed to come in some sort of car, and the television company's car, something was wrong with it. And so Ern said, "Let's go in my Rolls Royce." We're back to Rolls Royces. So he said, "Let's go." And Ern did a wonderful mime of this usual driver from ITV driving his Rolls Royce. And he just had he did it, just very subtly with his body. But, everything these guys did, everything they did with incredible swiftness and so on. And to give you another example, somebody came up and said and I've used this a zillion times, we're just standing in the car park, "Hi," and he would go, "Hi, guys," and he'd always say, "You guys are so great, and I can't believe you're baddies." It was one of those little things that he was so very gracious about. And somebody went up to Eric and said, "Where do you live?" And he said, "That's very kind of you." And I've no idea why. It's just so stupid. But it's like, "Where do you live?" And when you say "that's very kind of you," it sounds like you're coming round. You're going to come around and go to bed with me, or you're just going to give me a lift. I don't know what, but it's just that's very kind of you. And because it was Eric Morecambe, whenever anyone says, where do you live? I say, that's very kind of you. And then, or in my mind, even if I don't say it, I go, that's very kind of you. So it was just, I could go on and on, but it was the ability of these guys to understand so much of where to stand, where to go, what to do. And as I say, I was working with these extremely arrogant Royal Shakespeare Company directors and actors, and not one of them could lick Eric Morecambe's boots. Just saying. And I still feel that, actually.
Oh, yeah. I'd agree. That genius, you never see that again, will we?
No. And I can assure you that everything you would want him to be, well, as far as I was concerned, everything you would want him to be, he was. He was so, and I've been very lucky because, of course I've made enemies, or I've worked with people who said, do it differently, or they've looked a bit, but the top, when, for the most part, top people who've got nothing to lose, just come in prepared. They really are prepared. They know what they're doing. And if you know what you're doing and you're, halfway decent and everything, I've been incredibly lucky to have met so many extraordinary people. By the way, I haven't just met showbiz people, for other parts of my life. I've probably interviewed 4 Nobel Prize winning physicists, some Pulitzer Prize winning writers, poets, and or journalists, and I'm still doing it. I have a great love, been very lucky. I've met people who can be remarkable. And, you can have someone who's a complete genius and can be a total shit, no doubt about it. But, I have been very lucky either to meet people who are, human beings of really great achievement, who've been absolutely charming and fantastic, or people who've been a little shitty, but you kind of know why. There's usually some pretty damn good reason why. So there you are.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've all met a few people like that, but yes, if I meet somebody that I don't like, I try and understand why they may be like, and once you do, you get on them better. I think you sort of understand their quirks and where they're coming from, and it informs your relationship, and usually means that you get on better with them perhaps than people that don't know that side of it.
That's right. I mean, I had the great pleasure and privilege to work with Ben Kingsley. Now, of course, Maggie Smith has called him Sir King Bensley, and in the business people say that he insists on being Sir King Bensley, Sir Ben Kingsley, whatever. I did a job with him, and he, like everybody else who does the job, he just did the job. He made sure that he did this. He worked on this. He understood this. He was prepared. Let's try that, do that. We were doing a thing. The thing I did with him was about hunting Nazis, and it dealt with the Holocaust, actually. And I was playing an Israeli Mossad agent who actually captured Eichmann. And, so it was very serious business what we were doing. And he would sometimes say, let's try this, let's try this. But, for the most part, somebody who earns the big bucks as an actor, once the camera's going or once the lights are on and they're on stage, they really can do it. And you just know. And, I've been very lucky, when for someone like me, and I'm talking to a Nobel Prize winning physicist, the physicist's not going to take me through Schrodinger's equation or talk to me about, they may talk to me in general and they'd be very happy if I understood, but I'm going to know what they do. I'm going to understand how their minds work, and I'm going to understand and really admire, those moments of insight that they have. And so every now and then, I've been very lucky just to encounter someone who maybe did something extraordinary, and then, you talk to them and they maybe share it, or there'll be something. And it's one of the reasons why I think biographies are interesting and accounts about people are interesting. There are some cases when an anecdote tells you an enormous amount about someone. You meet someone and they something they do or say, I only met Salman Rushdie once. We were doing a program, sort of performances against censorship. And it was just at the time that Satanic Verses was become a scandal. It was becoming a scandal worldwide. And I sort of said to him, I'd only just met him. And he's an amazing guy. His eyes are kind of hooded. He has an extraordinary look about him. Amazing presence. And I said, gosh, your books sort of, being burned. And he said, yes, I know. And then he said, it takes a hell of a lot to get a book onto the front page. Now, of course, I've never forgotten that. Because, he was talking about it in Wonder. Of course, he was on the front page for weeks thereafter. And people wanted to kill him. And he's been back on the front page only recently because he's been stabbed. So people haven't forgotten. Well, those kind of things, it's a small little insight in a long life, but every now and then it sort of tells you something. And I think, given, just to get back to Roger Moore, given how he was, that of course he was telling dirty jokes. Of course he was indiscreet. He was very funny about one leading lady. He said, I never liked her, sort of thing. And then he pointed to Cubby. He fixed her teeth, but she still didn't make any difference, kind of thing. Those kind of things, I'm very lucky to have encountered them. And you gain a certain insight about someone because people want to know. They do want to know. And there you are. And you do. That's what's interesting about this, So there you are.
Oh yeah. The delightful thing about doing interviews is to talk about obviously whatever the subject is, but to get to know yourself and hear all the interesting things that you want to talk about, and that to me is the biggest delight, really. But,
good. Well, thank you for doing it tonight. It's made a difference to me because so it's me and my wife, and then we have two kids. One's grown up. Well, they're both grown up. One's married with a kid. I'm talking such rubbish. One's married with two kids, and I'm not forgetting them. I might be getting old, but I'm not that old. So I have two kids. One's married with two kids, and one's grown up but is temporarily living here. So if I'm doing this now and it's kind of supper time, it means tomorrow night I can be with them and blah, 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 that sort of thing, So, so thanks for doing it tonight. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's my pleasure, Jack. It's been a really fantastic conversation. It's been, one of the best I think I've done for a good while. So it's been very nice to talk to you.
Oh, well, I'm delighted, and I hope it's usable, and I hope you can, get stuff. It's funny because, okay, so I'm 73, and, I've said this many times with my wife. You get to a certain age and you think, whatever's happened, it's all leading to this. Do you know what I mean? So you think, oh, well, now I'll do this now. And I, touch wood, I've been very lucky. And, just to be able to hang out and teach really silly things to the grandchildren, or, we have some family celebrations coming up, and the kids are taking a lot of care over that. And that's hugely gratifying, when it's just sort of, it comes together. Because, when kids are growing up, there's all sorts of ups and downs, and there's things they're upset about, and you might have made a mistake and they may be cross, or you may be cross, and all that stuff. And I'm very lucky. And I am philosophical because my dad died when I was young, and he was young too, actually. My dad was only in his 50s when he died. But my mother lived to be 100 years and 7 months old, and just commemorating 3 years since she died. So I'm very thoughtful about that, about, what happens in a life. If you think about it, just things that someone will say, like my mother said to me, Yeah, I lived through the Depression. I lived through the Great Depression, but my dad was lucky. So my mother didn't experience the Great Depression. It's like John Cleese, he said, my mother lived through this and this and this and this and didn't notice any of it. Well, of course, my mother did notice those things, but just those little memories. I remember my mother turned 80 and I was doing something completely different because my life has been strange. I was working in a science and technology think tank in Brussels. I mean, get your head around that, but I was. And I phoned her from Belgium, and I said, how are you doing? She said she was 80. And I said, what does it feel like? And she said, it doesn't feel any different. And I said, any memories? And she said this sentence. It's just a simple sentence. So she lived in Africa, in Southern Africa. She said, I can remember not so many cars, horses and carts, and you could get 100 peaches for a shilling. And she just sort of said that. Of course, it's kind of poetry, but it's just that kind of thing, where you think, oh, so, just pulling it together and then just how it's a fascinating thing. And of course, we all know people who've died and they haven't lived as long as I have. And there's other people who've lived longer. So one gets very philosophical. And those kind of memories that I'm talking to you about, they're rather wonderful. I don't just act. And so the thoughts around acting that you've sort of reminded me of is rather wonderful, because I spend a lot of time writing. And, I've been lucky enough to encounter some remarkable people who haven't just been actors. As a matter of fact, I mean, Roger was an extraordinary person, but imagine if you met the guy who really proved the existence of the quark, a man called Murray Gell-Mann. He lived towards the end of his life in Santa Fe, and I got to meet him and tell him a joke. I'll tell you, it wasn't a joke, it was a story. I was in Russia and I'd learned to read Russian text, which is known as Cyrillic. And I was walking through Russia, and towards the end of his life, Murray Gell-Mann was interested in, of course, he was a great physicist, Nobel-winning physicist, one of the greats of the 20th century. But towards the end of his life, he became more and more fascinated by language. So I'm having supper with this guy. He's a friend of a school friend of mine. And I tell the story that I'm wandering through Moscow, and I'm part of a party, and there's an Australian woman there, and I say, oh, that's where Pushkin lived. It says Pushkin Dom, Pushkin's house. And she said, that's amazing. You can read acrylic. Cyrillic, she said, acrylic. And Murray Gell-Mann, he was sitting opposite me, and he said, he had very piercing, very amazing blue eyes. And he said, I really like that. Mind if I use it? And those kind of things. Well, that's, first of all, that's great. Secondly, he was such a curmudgeon. He could be really bad-tempered, and also he was quite pissed that night. And that kind of thing, you just think, oh, well, that's great. So I wish you a long and a happy life, and many stories and many encounters. And I'm sure through this, you're getting to hear lots of stories and meet people, huh?
Yeah. There was a wonderful man I got to know quite a lot. We did, I think, 11 events together over a couple of years, and he started off life as Cary Grant's chauffeur, and then he started to get parts in North by Northwest because of the Cary Grant connection. Became a stunt man, a stunt coordinator, and then became a big director in Hollywood, doing Magnum PI and Hawaii Five-O's, and a huge TV career over there. One of the most, and he wrote books as well, novels, and incredibly talented. He was Roger Moore's stuntman on The Saint. And
who was this guy?
A guy called Ray Austin.
Okay.
And if you watch some of The Saints, you'll see very often Roger Moore is beating the shit out of Ray, and he's falling over this, falling over that. And he was 90. He died in May. Wonderful
Oh,
chap,
really? And
and but
he was a figure in your life, right?
oh, a huge part of it. And we became very good friends. And he had a not a long illness, but an illness that's a few months, and he was always sort of WhatsApping me and phoning me up and just talking about things and keeping me updated as his wife. And it's one of those friendships. I think a lot of friendships sort of just they surprise us, don't they? This sort of relationships develop, and then you suddenly realize how close you are to somebody. And that was one of the best things that has come from doing this.
And where did he live near you, or did he live far away?
Well, he's so he was British, but because America came calling in the mid-70s, because he did a lot of the New Avengers and the Avengers, he directed and stunts, etc. He did a lot of work down the rig and Joanna Lumley, and so there's this Bond connection to that as well. And then he moved to America in the 70s, married a baroness, so he became a baron, and they had a lovely estate in Virginia. So a better life you couldn't probably hope to wish for.
Fantastic story. I'm going to look him up because the name is familiar. So excellent. Well, I hope you've got enough stuff. How are we doing for time? Are we very late?
No, no, it's perfect finishing time for me. Just come up to 9:30, so I hope I haven't taken too much time from you, Jack, or anything. But
bless your heart, young man. All the best, and I hope you can edit it together and make it work. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've got some great stuff. Thank you for spending so much time talking to me. It's been really fun.
Fantastic. Same here. And I think there might be a little snack and maybe even a glass downstairs for me. I'll enjoy that.
I think I might the same waiting for me. So yes, enjoy.
All the best. Thanks again, eh?
That's right. Take care. Nice week.
Cheers. Same. Bye now.
Yeah. Bye, Jack.
Hi, anyway.
Yeah, not bad. You okay?
Yeah, more or less.
Good. Yeah. So, well, thanks, Cyd, for joining me to talk about your involvement with Viewers Only. It's extremely kind of you. I wanted to ask, first of all, how you came on board the Bond film in the first place.
Well, Dorothy Ford, who isn't with us anymore, but was a stunt girl that I was friendly with, contacted me to say that they needed another double. And I was asked to go along to the studio to see if I would do. They needed somebody for Carol Bouquet, and they agreed that was fine. So we all went out there.
And do you know roughly how long you were on the film for? Was it a number of weeks, I imagine?
Yeah, it was about a month, something like that. Yeah.
And of course, you do double Cassandra Harris as well, who you worked with on Space 1999. What are your memories of Cassandra Harris?
What, on For Your Eyes Only?
Well, and whether or not any lingering memories from Space 1999.
I didn't actually have an awful lot to do with her. We were busy. She was doing her bit, I was doing mine. And then when they finish with you, they pack you off, stick you on the plane, and you're off to England again.
Yeah.
So I didn't actually see an awful lot of her. I think Pete, my husband, was on the same plane as Pierce Brosnan because he'd come out to see her because he was married to her at the time.
And would you have counted her more on Space 1999, or again was sort of in and out kind of sort of thing, really?
It was the same. It was in and out, really. I saw a little bit when we were doing the beach scene, but again, she was either doing her bit or I was doing mine. And then when she wasn't needed, she was shipped back to the hotel and then back to England.
Because, of course, once a stunt performer comes on set, the cast disappear and it's just you. And
that's right. I mean, we did quite a few little bits that were leading up to the stunt. I mean, the bit where they're walking along the edge of the sea in the distance, I mean, that was me, and I think it might have been Graham Crowther, I'm not sure. I was with whoever was, it might have been Martin Grace, whoever was doubling for Bond.
I think it would have been Martin at that stage in the
and then as they got closer, so you can see who it is, they changed over to the actual artists.
So as glamorous location as it looks on screen?
Not far off. The whole thing was very Bondish, you know. I was very impressed with the plane. I mean, I can be a little bit naive, and I was one of the group put on the plane, and it seemed very nice. We were all sitting in the plane, and they were giving us a Bucks Fizz, and you know, everybody was being very jolly. And I thought, this is nice. And then sort of into the flight, I thought, well, I better find the loo. And I was told, go through that door over there. And I went through that door over there, which then took me into the front part of the plane, which they'd sealed off. And it was like we were the army going out somewhere, because there were all these machines and pieces of equipment all held down with netting. All the seats had been stripped out, and the plane was full of equipment. And I thought, wow, look at this, you know.
I suppose it sounds like the glamour of filmmaking. Quite, you know, you got the in front of camera, you've got the facade of what people don't really see.
Yeah.
And I believe you were involved in the pool scene at the villain's sort of lair, and you were. I did have a look at the film last night. I couldn't quite see you in the extras.
I'm slightly out of focus in the background.
Yeah.
I'd got a sort of dusty pink bikini on. It was my bikini, because the wardrobe man had turned up with a big box of bikinis that we could pick what we wanted. But of course, me being me, taller than everybody else, the sizes he got weren't my size. So I wore my own. They were a bit short on girls. I needed a lot of girls for set dressing. And Dorothy and I ended up in the background, just helping out.
And again, I think there was because it was quite a big action sequence. So I assume it was, you were there for, you know, a good couple of days, perhaps.
Yes. To begin with, I thought, well, this is nice, because the hairdresser came up and did our hair and made us look all glamorous, and she pinned some bougainvillea in my hair, and I thought, oh, I like this. This is very good. And then the stuntman in the fight, who had to drop his gun in the pool, Bob Simmons had said, don't drop your gun in on this shot. So he did. And of course, it was like 18 foot deep. And Bob then wanted someone to go and fetch it. And nobody wanted to do it. And they were all making excuses for why not. And Bob was getting a bit desperate. And he asked me if I'd do it. And I didn't really want to do it, not because I couldn't do it. It was because I thought, I've got my hair done, you know, it's going to be ruined. Yeah. But I thought it was nice of Bob to give me the job anyway, so I better do it. So I had to go down and get this gun from the bottom of the pool. And I thought, well, I hope he doesn't do it again. But he did. And he did it again and again. By the time he'd finished, it didn't look so good, my hair.
Yeah. Yeah. And I assume Bob couldn't swim, or made some excuse why he couldn't do it himself.
Well, he was the stunt arranger, and he was walking around, you know, in charge, and it was beneath him, really. He needed a minion to get down there and do it, you know.
Yeah. Well, I suppose sorry, go on, Cyd.
I was going to say the pool was full of salt water, which made it worse, because it was harder to get down, you know, because it makes you very buoyant.
Oh yeah, yes, I suppose it would. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you said when you're doubling Cassandra Harris or Carol Boucher, do you have to study a bit like when you're doubling Diana Rigg and Joanna Lumley? Are you sort of looking at the dailies and trying to work out how they move, just to sort of?
You watch them a little bit and get an idea of how they move, and you do it with everybody that you're doubling for, to just try and blend it in if you can.
Yeah.
The worst bit was when we filmed it originally, it was hot and the sand was hard, which made it great for running on. It was fine. But then when we did some of the last final shots, it was like a month later and the weather was changing, and it was now thick and heavy and soft, and it was hard to run on. And you're trying to make that blend in as well. So in the original ones, you're skimming along the top of the sand, and then in the last ones, you're struggling to get through it.
So there's a bit of a pickup to do later on.
They suddenly realize they've missed out on a shot, or they need an extra one, or something like that.
Yeah. And again, you wouldn't have really encountered Carol Boucher much at all because again, goes
No,
out.
she'd gone by then. She was doing something glamorous somewhere else.
Yeah, yeah. So you did. I did hear a story about you had. So when you were doubling Cal, was that also including with the seaplane and things like? Was it kind of pretty much everything that you didn't need Cal necessarily for?
Well, they started off. They wanted various shots with the plane. It was Carol arriving. She had to arrive, and she gets out the plane, and all the people there are greeting her and everything. So they wanted to do that, and various other different bits and pieces. But while the plane was in the air, they wanted to do the attack on the ship. So that was a little bit awkward because I've got this very expensive outfit, and it had white trousers, and it was a seaplane. So to get to it, you had to wade out to the sea. So I had to take the trousers off to wade out to the plane, and then get in the plane and try and put them back on again while he's taxiing off. And then for some of the shots, I couldn't be seen, so I had to go and sort of hide in the back of the plane, which was a bit tricky because there was no sort of seatbelt or anything. And as he was doing his attack on the ship, I'm like floating in midair.
And again, it's not just one take; it's probably a couple.
No, it's lots of them. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. You mentioned Bob Simmons. Do you remember what kind of a man Bob was?
Well, I hadn't worked with him very much before. I mean, on a couple of things I had. He was fine. He was fine, but I didn't know him as well as I knew the other stuntmen that I normally worked with.
And we have mentioned it previously, but of course the dune buggy sequence. We can't have a conversation without mentioning that.
No.
So, just perhaps a bit of background about the rehearsal for it, and then of course how it differed on the day.
Well, Bob had said what he wanted to do. He'd got the young man who was going to be the driver, and he took the pair of us off to a quiet area of the dunes with the dune buggy and said what he wanted. And we worked out how we were going to do it. And we started off from stationary, and then he would do it a little bit faster and a little bit faster. And we just played around with it until we were happy with what we were doing. And that was fine. And then we just left it until we were actually going to shoot it. And then when I was actually there, dressed, ready to go, his brother came up and said, well, I'm doing it. You're not going to do it. I'm going to do it. And I thought, whoa, I'm not sure about this. We haven't rehearsed it. And I said this, and the younger brother was saying, no, it'll be fine. And I said, but he doesn't know how fast we want to go. No, it'll be fine. And the thing is, with something like that, that's not very nice, that, if you're not careful, you could get hurt. You just want to get it done. And I thought, okay, all right, we'll do it. And I thought, if he's going too fast, then I won't actually do it. I'll let him go past me. And he came up, and I thought, he is going fast. He's going much faster than we've practiced it. But I thought, I think I can still do it. So that's what we did. But it was too fast. Fortunately, we only did one take. But I took one of the headlights off with my legs, and I broke the windscreen with my face. So I was glad we only did it once.
Yeah, I'm not sure you could survive a second. Take.
Well, as it was, they had to call out a Greek doctor to put a stitch in my lip. So we had to wait an hour for him to come, and they don't believe in local anaesthetic either. So it was all done without a local anaesthetic. And it was, in some ways, it was quite funny because I got like little bits of skin that had come off on my feet and my knees and things. And the next day we were there, and my feet were stinging a little bit. So I thought, I'll go and stand so the salt water can lap over my feet, because that won't hurt. That would be good. So I'm standing in the sea, and I can feel this, like, I can't really describe it. It's like a funny little tingly feeling in my feet. And I didn't take much notice at first. And then I looked down, and there's all these little tiny fish were sort of like nibbling away at little tiny bits of skin that were loose on my feet, which apparently you can pay a lot of money for now. But I mean, I leapt out to sea at a great rate of knots.
Yeah, I think you probably did it before it became popular. I tried it once. It's awfully weird sort of feeling, but I think they've kind of
Yeah.
I think the fad's kind of a bit over now.
Yeah.
But
the thing was, with that costume, there was nothing you could wear that would protect you in any way, because it just would show.
Yeah, because it was Julianne, who was the car stunt.
It was the team. Yeah, it was their team.
So I'm guessing he was off prepping other stuff and
probably, yeah.
The problem, really. Yeah. So there's quite a bit of underwater work in this film, and I think Carol, I've had problems with her sinuses, so she couldn't do as much as she would probably have done otherwise. So, did you find the water work bothersome in any way, or was it okay?
Well, we only did the stuff on the surface. The stuff that was really underwater was done at another location, and that was a different team. But the only thing I found really difficult was we had to do a bit where the yacht has to run us down. Do you remember in the film?
Yeah.
And there was me and Graham Crowther treading water, and there's boats coming at us, and we've got to duck dive and go down. And of course, we've got to get away from it because, you don't want to get caught up in the screws or anything like that. And it was trying to get down, and you couldn't tell how far down you'd got because the sea was quite deep there, but all you could see was blue. You couldn't see the bottom. You couldn't see anything else except this blue, and you're feverishly trying to pull yourself down, but you don't know if you've managed it, and you can hear the engines getting louder and louder, and you don't know whether you've actually managed to get down there or not, or whether you're just on the surface.
It's quite a big boat. I mean, not necessarily a small one, done a lot of damage, but yeah, quite. And again, you have to do that a few times as well, just to.
We did, and every time it went, and you can hear these engines getting louder and louder and louder. And then when it actually goes over you, it must have been some kind of pressure wave that came off the screws. It felt as if somebody had run a fingernail down your back. It was the most creepy feeling. And every time it happened, I wasn't sure whether I got caught up in it somehow or other. And I would just freeze. I'd be feverishly swimming, and then all of a sudden it's like, But I mean, the thing is, for us, we felt it was quite dangerous. But when you look at it, we look like footballs on the sea. You can't really see us at all.
You sometimes lose perspective, don't you, on film, just how close things are. But did you find the stunt crew, apart from, of course, the driving crew, did you find the stunt guys very nice to work with?
Well, yes. I mean, we all know each other, and that was fine. Yeah, we all got on very well.
And I just wanted, particularly Martin Grace, because obviously a very well-known name in the Bond world. What was Martin like particularly?
Well, Martin was lovely. I mean, he's not with us anymore, but he was funny in some ways. I worked with him on Pope Joan, and I had to be a nun running about in the burning convent, and he's one of the Saxon invaders chasing after me. And it had rained, and the ground was muddy, and he had to try and grab me and pull me to the ground, and he didn't want to get in the mud, so he used me like an island. He threw me on the ground and landed on me so that he didn't have to go in the mud. But that was just Martin, But he was a really nice man.
So he had a sense of humour and sounded quite
yeah.
And the gentleman that was doing the underwater sequence with you, was he quite happy in the water, and you got on well from that?
Well, we had to be tied up and dragged around the bay a few times. And then we had that bit where we had to be run down. Afterwards, somebody told us they'd seen sharks in the water. I thought, well, that's nice. Are you joking, or was it real?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a sharks in the sequence, but of course that's brought in
Yeah,
and all that sort of thing. So,
yeah.
but yeah, I suppose you never kind of know, do you, in that kind of sort of
Well, no,
area?
I'm not sure what sharks they do have in the Mediterranean.
Yeah.
I'm sure there must be some there, but I don't know what kind they are and how friendly they might be or
I
not.
went snorkeling on the Great Barrier Reef many years ago, and you know,
Lovely.
they don't obviously go near the reef because the water's not deep enough. But they were saying on the boat, if you see a shark, just close your eyes; it will go away. Of course it wouldn't,
That's
but
very Australian, isn't it?
yeah, it's very much just completely downplaying the danger. But
Yeah.
nice way of
My
saying this.
daughter lives in Australia,
Yeah.
and she wouldn't go in the water for quite some time, probably
Mm.
because of me, because I was saying, there's a lot of sharks out there. And she was talking about how she'd been swimming in the sea, and I said, "Are you not worried about the sharks?" And she said, "Well, I've got a method. What I do is I always make sure that somebody else is further out to sea,
Mm.
so the shark's going to see them first."
Good idea. We went on this tour, and there was this little small plant about only about 3 foot off the ground, and it had like wire mesh around it, but not on the top. And they said, don't touch that because if you touch it, it will sting you, and it'll take years for it to sort of stop
Oh,
affecting you. So if you go to have a shower, it will sting. It makes it worse somehow, something that gets in you. So and they, instead of destroying it, they just sort of put a little no sign or anything.
oh dear.
So
I suppose most Australians would recognise it.
perhaps, but it looks sort of just like that's like stinging nettles, sort of thing.
Mm,
I also I read in your book that there was a different ending to the film, which involved you diving into the water with
yeah,
Martin. What was
yeah.
that about?
Well, you remember the scene where they've got Caroline or Carol Bouquet and Roger Moore, and they're talking about, and she says she fancies a moonlight swim. Well, the idea was we were going to
Hmm.
dive off the ship, and they were going to have all the fishermen's lights of the boats and things. I suppose the titles were going to come up, and I think subsequently they decided they were going to have Margaret Thatcher talking to Bond. So we actually filmed the dive, and
Hmm.
I mean that was really weird because we were all hanging around waiting to be used, and the assistant came up and said, "Oh, we want you for this scene," and gave me the numbers, and I didn't have a script,
Hmm.
so I was sort of hopping. I tried to find out what it was I was supposed to be doing, and nobody knew. So I've finally tracked down the script and looked up the numbers he'd given me, and it was they were diving off the ship. And I thought, oh, great. It's supposed to be a moonlight swim, skinny dipping. And I thought, oh, that's lovely. I wasn't expecting that. And everybody else was thinking it was highly funny as it was the end of the day and they were all jumping into Roger's motorboat to go back to the hotel. I've never done such a high dive before. And Martin had. So he's like, oh, just follow me. So I just followed him, and there was a great cry from the boat. What the hell was that? Because I hadn't done a very good dive. So we had to do it again. And that time it was all right. But yeah, and when we went to see it at the cinema, I thought, I wonder what this is going to be like. Is this going to be really embarrassing or not? And they cut that bit out and they got my parrot in instead. So he saved my bacon.
So I take you had to sort of not be nude in the scene, but you had to sort of
Well,
be.
they'd said it was going to be nude, and I thought I'm not really very happy about this.
Hmm.
And Martin was like, "Oh, it's okay. I'm not bothered." And then the wardrobe lady came up to me, and she'd got these special pants that they use when they do the titles, and they've got all these nude women.
Hmm.
They're wearing something or other like that, and they cut the elastic so it doesn't dig in, so you can't see the lines. So I said, that's fine. Yes, I'll wear a pair of those. And then Martin was like, well, actually, I think that's quite a good idea. I think I'll have a pair as well. So that's what we ended up with.
Hmm.
And the makeup lady was trying to sort of like mask out all the white lines in case it showed. And while she's doing that, there's all these people who were sort of like up our end of the boat for some reason, some very important reason they got to go up there. But it was really just to see what they could see, you know.
Yeah.
But then they didn't use it anyway.
And it's not on any of the DVDs or any releases.
I don't think so, no, because they've got Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, because there's a few deleted scenes that exist from the 80s films, and a couple from Few Eyes Only, but never seen it, you know, that scene anywhere. So whether it's,
thank goodness.
Yeah, but it might be one of those things that's fortunately lost, you know.
Fortunately, yes. Yeah.
So were you offered the scenes that were underwater, or was it just something that required more qualification?
It was no, I can't remember where they did it. It was over in America somewhere, and they'd got a whole underwater team doing that. They did do some stuff in the tank in Pinewood, but they didn't need us for that.
Because they usually go to the Bahamas to do extensive underwater stuff, because of course the water's so
I think that's where they went.
So they, of course, you didn't go to the Bahamas, but did you get time off when you were, did you get a chance to sort of explore Corfu, and was it nice?
We did get a little bit of time, not a lot, because they more or less work every day. I mean, they treat you very well, but they want you to work, and you work from dawn till dusk, really. There was one day, I can't remember who it was that went out. There was a group of us went out, and we went diving around at one part, just around the bay, not far from where we were working. And that was nice. I remember it was swimming along the surface. The water was so clear that it was like you were a bird. If you can imagine it, you're looking down so far, and it was all clear. That was lovely.
Yes, it sounds it. Did you there is a nice a couple of behind the scenes photos of you and Roger Moore on the boat with, of course, your parrot Chrome. Do you remember working with Roger? Because I imagine he might have visited while he was doing the Saint and you were the Avengers. Did you know him?
Yeah, we knew him quite well.
Yeah.
He did used to pop in on the Avengers and play jokes on us. You know, pop out and surprise people.
Yes.
Yeah, he's got a wicked sense of humour.
And did you have much to do with the director, John Glenn, or was it just more mainly sort of second unit you were involved with?
Oh, I got to know John Glenn. He's a lovely man, very nice. I've got some photographs of him with my parrot, and Cubby Broccoli and John Glenn with the parrot.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I think it's in the book.
Oh, I'll have a look.
Yeah, be under Chrome, I expect.
Yeah. I'll have a look, and if there is, I'll bring the book and show John at the event, because he may perhaps not have seen him in a while. It might be quite interesting to see those.
Because he was the one. He came up to me when we were doing this scene where Bond and Carol Bouquet were lounging around in their dressing gowns, and he said, "We've got Chrome there," and he said, "Can he do anything with a watch?" And I said, "Well, what do you want him to do?" So he said, "Well, just something with the watch." So I said, "Well, I'll see what we can do tonight." So I took him home, and Pete took his watch off and was playing around with Chrome. And Chrome was picking it up and putting it down and things. And when I saw John the next day, he said, "What can you do?" And I told him and showed him. And that's what he did. They had him picking the watch off of the perch.
And so you were there whenever Chrome was to sort of guide him into what he was.
Yeah, he loved it. He just loved it. You know, for a couple of days they had a standby parrot in case he got tired, but he just loved it. And he would roam about along the top of the set, looking at what was going on, and nobody minded as long as he didn't sort of interfere, which he didn't. And he liked watching. Roger and Cubby Broccoli used to play backgammon, and he would sit on the set, up the top of the set where you can't see, and he'd be looking down, looking at what they were doing. And one of the wardrobe girls was frightened of him. She didn't want to go near him. And he used to pick up on this really quick if somebody didn't like him or was frightened of him. And he just wouldn't let it go. Whenever she was near him, he'd get as close as he could and he'd be, hello, hello. And it got so that in the end, she came up to me one day and she'd got him on her shoulder and she said, is it all right if I take him for a walk? So she was walking around the studio with him, or the stage rather, not the studio. Yeah. So he'd made friends.
Maybe an odd question, but is in the film, or is that kind of the magic of movies?
What do you mean?
Well, it has obviously has a couple of. He has a line, 8 act to St. Seals. I assume that was.
Yeah. Well,
that was.
He did used to talk a lot, and he did understand a lot of what was said. But he didn't talk on command, and the sound man came up and he said, I need him to say something. He said, it doesn't matter what he says. We just need to pick up on, what he sounds like. So, but he didn't want any other sounds. And we went off to this room that was really, really quiet. And he wanted Crome to talk. And of course, Crome thought, I'm not supposed to make a noise in here. It's quiet. And he didn't do anything. So I don't know who they used to make that. But, I mean, he did used to join in and talk when people were talking.
Yeah.
But he didn't understand this business of, he just got to say something. Because they said when they did the audition, because when I finally got my hands on a script, I was reading it and I saw this about the parrot. So I said to Barbara Broccoli, have you fixed your parrot yet? And she said, no, we're going to do auditions when we get back to England. So I said, can my parrot join in the auditions? So she said yes. So he came along and somebody had said to me, we don't care if he says anything or not. We just want him to look as if he's talking and we can dub it on. So I had a pot of peanut butter, and when they wanted him to look as if he was talking, I'd stick some on my finger and wipe it on the inside of his beak, and he'd be licking it all off, and it looked as if he was talking.
And of course, he was so successful, he came back to Living Daylights.
Yes, yeah. I mean, everybody loved him. They all started copying him because he talked like a parrot, And I went down there when they were doing the stuff inside the monastery, because my cousin had said, could she come and see what was going on? And I got permission for her to come down. And we got there round about lunchtime when everybody was just coming back from lunch and the set was empty. And then they were all coming onto the set and going, hello, hello, to each other. And I mean, Crome had finished. He wasn't there anymore, but everybody was still doing parrot talk.
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah. Do you remember Roger Moore doing any sort of usual practical jokes on the film, or
he did in that monastery bit? He did. There's the skater with her coach, and they were going to leave, and the coach had got this suitcase. Well, the suitcase was empty, so they did a few rehearsals with the suitcase that was empty, and then while she wasn't looking, Roger filled it up with heavy stuff so she couldn't lift it. He was always doing things like that.
And part of it, of course, is to create a nice atmosphere. But of course, there's lots of time sitting about, so you kind of want to make it interesting, don't you? Just so you don't go insane yourself, really.
Yeah, I mean, he did that on the Avengers. We had there was an episode called All Done with Mirrors, which was a lighthouse, and Linda had to sneak up to the door and then sneak in and sneak up the stairs, and all the time she's worried that somebody's going to come down the stairs. Nobody does. And then when she went to actually film it, Roger had spirited himself up to the top of the stairs, and he came running down, so hello, and coming down the stairs, she nearly fell backwards down the stairs.
I think there's a picture of Roger visiting the set, and I think it might be perhaps on the.
Yeah.
Was there anything in the film other than what we've mentioned that didn't make the cut, or just things that were kind of simplified a bit in the edit?
Other than the only one I really know about is the one where they cut out the dive and had Maggie Thatcher instead. I don't think I can remember anything else. I mean, they always shoot more than they need and then cut things down.
And what did you think of the film when you saw it? I assume you would have gone, maybe not gone to the premieres, but
yeah, we went to the premiere.
You did.
Yeah. I was terribly put out because it was the first time I'd ever been to a premiere, and it was a Bond premiere. It was really sort of special. And I was 6 months pregnant. And I thought, I can't wear the dress and look all glamorous, you know, like everybody else is, you know. And we arrived, and it was terribly difficult to know where to park. So we parked a little bit further away and walked to get there. And we walked along the pavement, but then of course you can't get in; they've blocked it off. So we had to walk down the road, which was a bit strange.
And that was the Odeon Leicester Square, wasn't it? I think that at that point.
Yeah.
I went to see a film there recently because any film fan wants to go and see something there at some point. And I was surprised how small the screen was in relation to how big the auditorium. The auditorium is massive. And then you look at the screen, it's like just about kind of, I didn't quite realize how big it was. And it's probably not the best place to see a film in some respects. But,
well, the thing is, it's an old cinema, isn't it? All these modern ones, you're so used to having massive screens and a small seating area.
But it's very good because you've got that little area at the front where people can come on and they can introduce the film and start to understand why they sort of use it. So were you happy with the final results? Did it all look as good as you hoped it would?
Yes, yeah. I mean, for me, it was great. I'd never been on a Bond film before. That was my first one. And it was fun. It was special.
So does it sit quite high in your career because of how good the film was, and also being Bond as well?
Well, yes, and being Bond, you know, they're so professional. Everything's got to be perfect. You know, it's not going to be anything really that you can pull apart that much. There's a lot of work goes into it, and they use the same people a lot. So, you know, it's one big family and they're all very professional about it.
What was your impression of Barbara Broccoli?
Oh, I love her. I think she's great. She always remembers you. She's lovely.
Yeah. So you will come across at various events, the cast like conventions, but you once you're in the family, in the club, you're always there, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they're lovely people.
And was there any final comments you'd like to make about the film? Anything we haven't touched on, or?
No, I think that was everything really.
Okay, perfect, lovely. Well, yeah, I'll leave it there. That's okay. That's fine. That's perfect. Well, so thank you, Cyd, for talking with me about your experiences on For Eyes Only. That was extremely kind of you. I can't let you go before you just need to mention your autobiography, Judo, the Avengers, and Me. I just wanted to ask you you've got your copy there. I just wanted to ask you what made you want to finally write your story and the process involved in doing that.
Well, I had a lot of photographs which were just kicking around in a box, and people used to ask me about things that I'd done. And another friend of mine was trying to put a book together and kept asking me about things to do with the judo side. And she kept asking me over and over again the same things. And I thought, well, why don't I just write one? So I thought I'll have a go, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. But surprisingly, people seem to want to read it.
And you've done a few signings for it, and you've had quite a good reception.
Yes, yeah, and it's always nice to meet, you know, people that are interested. I don't know, it's just a nice feeling if somebody says they like what you've written, or they're interested in the stories or stuff like that. And then other people that I haven't seen for years have come back to me and said, "Oh, I've read it. You just reminded me of such and such," you know, and it's nice.
And when you meet your fans, is it predominantly the Avengers, or was it a Bond, a mixture?
I'm surprised at how many Bond people there are, really. It used to be just the Avengers, but it's not. Now it's Space 1999 and, you know, Bond and other things as well. It's surprising. I hadn't realised there was this underground movement, really. It's not really underground, but it's just something you don't bump into all the time.
Well, I think so that it's only been sort of maybe the last 10 or 15 years where there's been this interest in behind the scenes people. It's predominantly been actors, but now you're starting to get sound designers, editors, stunt performers attend conventions, and people are, I think, discovering a whole other aspect of the movie making process.
Yes. Well, at one time we weren't really allowed to talk about what we did because the artists would say they did it all themselves. You know, and the producers didn't want people to realise that we were there.
And then, of course, when you have the DVDs coming in, you're getting all these special features, and I think that's perhaps might be where it started, thinking about it, drawing that attention to it, and people starting to want to talk about people that aren't normally thought about.
Yeah, and once they realise that there is a possibility that there was a double, people start looking for it and freezing the frame and finding it, you know. And I find that, well, I found it weird at first, not weird, but strange that people would say, "Oh, I think that was Cyd because she moved like Cyd," and I think, how do I move? How did you know it's me?
Yeah, it's amazing how many times people watch these things, episodes of the Avengers, the Bond film, and of course with DVDs, it's easier than ever before to go back and I'm not sure it's overly healthy to obsess about something on that level, but it's quite interesting from a film history point of view, and so I can understand why people get quite excited about sort of the mechanics involved a little bit.
Yes, yeah.
Do you have a favorite part of the book, or bits that particularly sort of you were most excited to tell?
The bit that I got most fun out of was talking about Crone, because there were so many stories about him that people who knew me knew about him, and it was just fun to write about him. And I was surprised at how many photographs I had actually got of him once I started looking into it.
And do you naturally quite like looking back at things, or because I know some people don't perhaps like to sort of open various boxes, but you quite happy
I don't mind. And also, when I was writing the book, I found that there were some things I'd totally forgotten about. I've got a big chest of photographs that I'm trying to sort out, and they're just in there, you know. And I thought I better go through here and see if there's anything that I can use. And I opened this packet, which was quite an old packet. It was all black and white pictures. And it was the pictures from Our Miss Fred. And I thought, I remember this. I'd forgotten all about it, you know. And that was, you know, nice to go back and find them again. And then the book was ready to go. It should have been out it should have been out by Easter of 2020. But then we had COVID and everything stopped. And then things would happen. I mean, after a few months, it was all sort of like frozen, waiting to be printed. And then things would come up on the telly, like when they had the riots in London and people were spraying ACAB on statues. And I was thinking, what's that? Oh, I know. And I thought, I worked on a film called that. And I thought, what if I put it in the book? You know, and I'd look, and it's not in there. So right, I'll have to put that in. And I'd talk to people, and they'd say, "Well, I hope you put that in the book." And I think, I don't think I did. And I'd have to read it again. No, I haven't put it in. And I was constantly going back to my publisher, you know, sending him emails saying, "Dexter, do you think we can fit this in?" So when COVID was over, we had to have a sort of big get together and sort it all out, because there were all sorts of things that I'd forgotten about that I'd sort of resurrected during COVID.
So it was a real advantage in terms of the book's development to have that kind of time.
And there's things I found out now that I think I should have put those in. But, I mean, maybe I'll do a special edition one day
a revised volume, perhaps.
Yeah, special edition. Do it hardback and make something of it. But it won't be for a long time. Yeah.
Well, that sounds very good. I think there's always, you say, renewed interest in these things. There's always a new generation. I think that's what's lovely about things like the Avengers and Bond is that the mum and dad will sit together with the kids, and the kids will get. It never kind of ends, does it? Really?
No, it doesn't. No, there's always something.
And you have a little forward by Joanna Lumley. How did that come about?
Well, I was trying to think who I could get to do a forward, and I thought, well, I'll ask Joanna because she's very, very friendly, and I've kept in touch with her. So she said immediately she would, and what she's written is lovely. She's written something really nice, very kind of her.
And so the book is available from phantompublishing.co.uk.
Yes, it's also on Amazon.
Amazon as well.
And I think you can still get it from the Budokai unless they've run out now.
And it is a really lovely book. It's lots of lovely photographs, so many I've never seen before. So whether you're an Avengers fan, a Bond fan, or just interested in the film business generally, it's a really good read.
Yeah. If you're a Bond fan, it's got all the breakdown of that dune buggy thing with the photographs.
So, thoroughly recommended. So Judo, the Avengers, and Me. That's what it looks like.
Yes, lovely. Thank you, Philip.
Lovely. So that's So thank you very much, Cyd, for joining me to talk about the A Few Eyes Only, your work in general. It's been a great experience.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, take care, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, and you. Bye.
Bye. Well, I want to hopefully they're interesting, but hopefully not too complex. Well, thank you, John, very much for wanting to talk about your career and, of course, For Your Eyes Only in particular. I'm sure the audience would like to know a bit about why you got into acting, first of all, because it was very much in the blood, wasn't it? Your mum and dad were in the arts, so I suppose it's kind of natural. Perhaps you only kind of considered a path, perhaps, in a way.
You're talking about how I got into acting, or how I got the...
Yeah.
Oh, I think my parents were in variety, and they were in variety as far as I remember from when I was born. I mean, there was always in the theatre. I was always in the theatre. I was practically born in a dressing room, and so in between the holidays of summer, Easter, and Christmas, I would be with my parents, either touring or being in some exotic place in Europe. And in the meantime, we were, I suppose, adopted by a family in Nottinghamshire while we were at school, because otherwise we wouldn't have had any schooling at all. And that went on all through my teenage years, really. Well, not my teenage years, my school years. And then my father got a contract to work in London, and we moved from Nottingham to London in 1946, something like that. And I was here for a year. Went to the French Lycée here in South Kensington. And then I think I must have gone back to Nottingham. It's so vague. I don't remember anything about the Blitz. My parents said, oh, yes, we used to go to the shelters when the sirens went and things. I don't remember any of that. Anyway, variety, yes, that's where I used to stand in the wings and I watched these wonderful variety acts. Anyway, to go back to your point about my parents, yes, my parents, because they were working with all these wonderful acts like Laurel and Hardy and Buster Keaton and the great acts, and I used to stand in the wings and watch these wonderful artists at work. And I suppose by osmosis, I just realized what makes good comedy and what makes, because they were not actually stand-up comedians as such. They were really actors acting scenes, acting a scenario, acting, I mean, people like Albert Modley, who you will not know because it was long before your time, and he never came south of Watford, I don't think. He was a North Country comedian, and he simply did characters, either a tram driver or a little boy on his annual holiday in Blackpool, and causing mayhem at the reception in this bed and breakfast. And I watched these acts, and I thought, why are they so successful? Why I don't like people standing up and making jokes. And yet I love seeing these people acting out stories and scenarios. And my father then worked with someone called Bernard Miles, who was an actor, but during the time of the war and just after, he wasn't making much money. So he developed with a friend of his who was a writer, a monologue of a character in the Chiltern Hills. He became a Chiltern Hill farmer. And he used to come in with a huge big cartwheel. And he had this monologue, which was written for him. And he played a Chiltern Hill farmer. But he was a really serious classical actor. And that's the first actor I ever met. And my parents and he became very good friends. So when I suppose he made something called the Mermaid Theatre in the City of London in Puddle Dock. And he asked, when my father retired, he asked my father to be front of house manager. And it's there that I actually met actors and watched plays. And he gave me my first job as an actor, really. And then when his daughter, Sally Miles, formed her own repertory company, she asked me to join. And so I became an actor way back in 1963 and learned, I was given Molière, Shakespeare, Chaucer, all these classical plays to do. And I was in rep for about 8 years, really touring around, either the Northeast or Plymouth, Nottingham, Manchester, Liverpool. And that's how I learned my trade, really. And it wasn't until, I suppose, late 60s that I was working at the Theatre Royal Windsor with Arthur Lowe and playing Arthur Lowe's son. And his agent came to see him, and I'd been speaking to Arthur because I was playing his son, so I always had a strong, familiar relationship with him on stage. And he said, "John, have you got an agent?" And I said, "No, I don't." He said, "Well, look, my agent will look after you if you want to, because he's been to see the show and he thinks he could use you." So that's how it started. Really, I started getting jobs in TV and films where before it was simply the theatre. Well, there we are in a nutshell how I started.
Did you have a desire just to do theatre, or were you quite happy to try everything?
No, I didn't know. I knew I wanted to be an actor, really, and I didn't know how to go about it. So when my parents came down to London for that stint, I joined an amateur dramatic group. Somehow, my father really wanted me to be a concert pianist, and I did play the piano, and he also wanted me to train as a dancer. So I did 8 years of ballet and learn how to tap. And he wanted me to have all the skills. And so I think, yes, I wanted to be an actor. Although I was severely dyslexic, I still wanted to be an actor. And I thought, well, if I'm given time with a script and I don't have to sight read, I can do it. And I just wanted to get involved with being, and that's how it started, really, through rep. And then I got an agent. And as we say, that started the ball rolling. And I started doing films and television and got better and better, I suppose. Or we improved with practice, I suppose. And then I happened to do a job in Leatherhead playing Ariel in The Tempest. And it was with an actor called Garrick Hagan, who was in Star Wars. He was in it as well. And there was a friend of someone in the company came to see the play. And then I did another play with someone else and then it was like, and I didn't realize at the time, but there was a company being formed by Ian McKellen called the Actors Company, which is an actor-driven, like a cooperative, really. And they needed a 16th actor. And because 3 of the original members who had all seen me recently in the theatre, they said, "Oh, I know who could be the 16th actor. It's someone called John Moreno." And so I was invited to join this very prestigious company of all leading actors I won't go into the names, but there were a lot of very famous names in that company. And so we toured for 3 years doing all the classics. And eventually we were invited to New York to do 4 plays on Broadway. Well, not on Broadway, in Brooklyn Academy of Music, which was where all the big classical plays were being done. English companies were invited, like the Royal Shakespeare Company and the National Theatre, and we just followed them in, and we did 4 or 5 plays. I think it was 4. No, we did 4 plays, actually, beginning with Lear. And and finishing up with a restoration. And what else? Oh, yes, a Chekhov and things like that. So that really, I mean, being in such a prestigious company, I then started getting really important television work and film work because casting directors seen us, and I got offered jobs without having to go for an audition. So that was normally, I'm a disaster I never got a job having to read anything simply because of my dyslexia. I just couldn't sight read anything. So I think it was Susan Hampshire that started making aware of dyslexia. She was very dyslexic. And all of a sudden you could say to directors and casting directors, your agent could, by the way, John is dyslexic. Could he come in 2 hours early and pick up a script? Or better still, could you send him the script and he could read it before coming in for the audition? But that was very new. And it was all, so now this, because in my day, when I was a schoolboy, I mean, people with dyslexia were obviously deemed thick, and you were put into a secondary modern school because you couldn't write properly, you couldn't spell, certainly, you could hardly read the questions. So you were shot off and put into secondary modern to be a manual worker for the rest of your life. Anyway, what was the question? I can't remember.
No, that was a very good introduction to how you got into the business. I was interested because on some of your early TV credits, you're not credited as John. It's
That's right.
What was the reason for that?
Well, that was part of my real. It wasn't actually my real name, but I just felt I had to use my name, not completely, but part of my name, because my father was from the southwest of France and he was of Spanish extraction. My mother was from the east of France, from Strasbourg, which was the Germanic part of France. But he gave me a Spanish name for some strange reason, and I thought I ought to stay with that. So it was Juan Moreno. But when I went to New York with the Actors Company, and I thought, this can't be right to go to New York. It's an English-British company. I have to change my name. I have to anglicize the name Juan. So I said John. So there we are. So I've been John with equity for the last 40 years. Although the name on my passport was still my full Spanish name, which was always a problem, because when you got a film, like the Bond film, for example, although I think was I John by then? Yes, of course I was John by. No, yes, I was John by then professionally, but my real name was on my passport was different to John, which quite often with actors, because they have their stage name and they have their real name. The problem is when you go abroad and the production company sends you their airline ticket, it's got your stage name on it because that's the name they assume is your real name. And of course, you're not allowed on the airline because what's on the passport and what's on the ticket are two different names. So you have to, it's a problem. So that was one of the reasons why I altered my name originally back to John Moreno by deed poll, just to avoid that terrible problem. So the reason was because I went to New York and I thought I can't have a name like Juan Moreno. So I thought John it has to be John. And why I didn't do it earlier was because my father felt so attached to the name. Why, I don't know, but he did. So to placate him and not to hurt him, I stayed with the name Juan. Anyway, there we are. That's the reason by the Juan. But we all have our things to bear. Anyway, what else, Philip?
Well, one of your most well-known TV credits, of course, is Doctor Who. You did a John Pertwee story. Yes. Do you remember John Pertwee, Caroline John? Do you remember much about them?
I don't. It's an awful thing to say, but I don't. Do you know, it's so long ago, and I can't. I have been approached, and I have done a Doctor Who convention, but I don't remember who I played. I've seen photographs of who I played. I've never seen the episode because in those days, you couldn't record.
No.
And I was always working in the evening anyway, doing theatre. So I never saw the episode. I suppose now you could actually buy it.
I think it's about to come out on Blu-ray because they're re-releasing all the old Doctor Who's.
Oh God, I must see it. I must see it.
Well, you played a character called Dobson.
Yes, that's right. That's Dobson. Thank you so much.
And, it was directed by Michael Ferguson.
That's right.
But it being only one episode, you probably don't necessarily recall the gentleman.
Michael. Oh, I do remember him.
Oh, do you remember Michael?
Oh, yes. I went on to do a very good series with him. And I can't remember what that was called because we got on so well in the Doctor Who that he gave me this other wonderful part to play in a series about, I think it's the Napoleonic Wars. And I had a wonderful part in that, if I remember. When we got on, it was lovely, a lovely director, lovely man. And we hit it off straight away. So that's probably why I got the other part without having to audition for it. I don't even remember auditioning for the Doctor Who either. I may have done. I don't remember. But auditions were fun in those days. Now it's all done via camera, I hear. Thank God I've retired. Thank goodness I've retired, because I think that would have been a nightmare. Because Garrick, my friend, I've just been talking to just before I came on the air with you, everything's on camera now. You know, you don't meet the directors, you don't meet the casting directors, you don't meet anybody. So although the audition on camera might be okay, you might find that actually you really get on well on a personal level with the director. And he thinks, well, you know, that quite often that happens. You know, the audition may not be as good as other auditions, but I really like that actor. I like the idea of working with him. That happens sometimes, you know.
Yeah, I think now things so removed, you can lose opportunities and things that were developed in person that weren't in a format like this. So
absolutely. And also the fact is, when you walk into a room, you're saying a lot about yourself. Where, you know, this stuff, I mean, you're not seeing anything of me apart from my head. I know in terms of films, but there is, I mean, you always get long shots and you always get, there's a body language involved, which you never see. I mean, I'm moving my hands at the moment. You don't see me moving my hands, but I am. There's a lot of body language involved. Really.
Oh, yeah. So although Doctor Who wasn't memorable, it was a nice kind of stepping stone to other things.
Yeah, I mean, I must have enjoyed it because Mr. Pertwee was lovely and all the cast are lovely, and I think I obviously must have enjoyed it. Of course, I don't remember. It's very difficult to remember anything I haven't enjoyed, really, apart from sometimes playing a part that you know you're not being good at. Sometimes you realize that you failed. Or in retrospect, you look back and thinking, God, I could have done that so much better. I do see it's why I try not to see myself, because you look at yourself and thinking, oh, why did I make those choices? Why did I, you know, I could have done so much better. And you relive the whole process again, lying in bed after you've seen it, you think, why did I make those choices? Thank God I didn't have that feeling with the Bond film. Thank God I didn't. I thought what I saw was fine, but you can have nightmares. A lot of actors will say the same thing, and oh God, I can't stand myself. Why did I do it like that? Anyway, that's not in the theatre. You never have that, but in films and television, you do have that horror of watching yourself, thinking, oh God, you know, oh dear, what? Why? I'm going to be found out soon. People are going to realize that actually I can't act at all. I'm going to be, I think a lot of actors have that in them. I'm going to be found out. I really am going to be found out. Anyway.
It's probably quite a healthy thing as well to have a bit of self-doubt. It's usually those that don't doubt anything that tend to be a bit.
Oh, absolutely.
But
I couldn't agree with you more. But whether it's confidence, it's terribly difficult about confidence, because I mean, you talk to a lot of actors. I mean, they lack self-confidence. They're always worried about what they're doing is right, and you get some directors that won't speak to you to guide you, and you just have to assume what you're doing is correct. Other directors give you too much information, too much, you know, too much, and in the end you're confused completely. But there are directors that really don't speak very much. So you assume that they're satisfied, where they might actually not be satisfied, because if you make a mistake and go up to them and say, oh, by the way, was that okay? And they'll say, well, actually, and then they'll go into a whole list of things that they didn't like. So you think, oh, I've been holding all this back, and I've been going on, plodding along, assuming that what you did was correct, when actually they are having doubts about it. But I remember when I was working with Anthony Valentine, he says to me, don't always ask a director what you're doing is correct, because that plants into their minds that you have doubt about your own performance. And then they think, oh, maybe he doesn't know what he's doing.
That's fair point. Yeah.
So if the director feels confident that you know what you're doing, then he has confidence in what you're doing is correct. It sounds a bit odd of talking about, but I because he was far more, when I did this play group, it was he and I was playing two insane criminally insane convicts who went on to kill people. We were both mad as a hatter, but came across quite normal. And we had a long talk about that. It was with Denham Elliott, wonderful chap. And he's told me about about directors. Don't ask directors if you're doing it right, because it would make them think you don't know. So I didn't actually take that completely into my, because sometimes with directors, you can talk to them, and other directors you're not quite sure about. So it's a very delicate relationship you have with the director, because he's looking at you with an objection about what he sees the character to be, and if you're not doing what he thinks. But other directors are quite open and quite fluid. They think, oh, I didn't see that way of playing the character, but it's interesting. It works. You know what I mean? They have their own idea. It's a script, it's lines and just, I don't know, text on a piece of paper. And it's you bringing it to life into a 3 dimension. So they have an idea what Luigi Ferrara will be. I did a television series once called Kessler, 6 episodes, and it was a spin-off from Secret Army. And there were 2 directors involved. So the first 3 episodes with one director, and the last 3 episodes with another director. And I did the first 3, and it was fine. But when the second director came on board, he said, I didn't see your character as you. I saw him as fat, much older, and played quite differently. So he was stuck with an actor that he didn't think was right for the part.
Well, yeah, there's not much you can do about that, is there really?
Nothing you can do. He had to go with it. I mean, he had to go with it. But it's an awful thing. He didn't tell me straight away, but he did tell me afterward, halfway through, and I thought, oh, Christ, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that, Christ. Having played Christ, I can actually say it. So, but I thought, oh, I wish he hadn't told me, because now I realize that I wasn't the first choice for him. He didn't see this character on the page as me at all. So there we are. You can't please everyone. Reads the script and sees the character in a certain way, either physically, fat, tall, thin, small, gruff, light voice, lightweight, heavyweight. There we are. And so it's either the director will see it one way, the casting, the producers will. It's a collaboration, I suppose, and the compromises are made, I suppose.
Oh yeah.
You just hope that you're not embarrassing to either of them or the production.
Yeah, that's right. Do you remember your time on The Persuaders? You did a very nice role as a waiter. And
no, I don't remember that. Oh no, because no, it's I don't know why I did it. I suppose. I mean, Arthur Lowe said to me, "Don't turn anything down, John, because you don't know where the next job is coming."
Yeah,
I always took that to heart. He never turned anything down, Arthur. Nothing, anything. He did everything. I suppose when he became more famous, he was more selective. But no, he said, do everything, because you never know. It could be your last job. I took it because of that, because of actors' insecurity. Oh, it's a paycheck at the end of the day, so I took it. Of course, I wasn't happy doing such a tiny part. I was playing leading Shakespearean parts on the stage, and here I was doing a walk-on, basically.
Well, yes. Looking at your background, it seems like an odd role to have.
Yeah. I mean, we've all done it. It's embarrassing now when people bring that up. I think, oh God, yes, of course. But what do? You're an actor, and you've got to work, and you've got to put bread on the table, and you have to do it sometimes.
Yeah, but on the other hand, you are in the middle of a scene with Roger Moore and Tony Curtis, so it's not too shabby.
Anyway, I know, and they were
really
very nice. I thought to myself, well, to them, I was simply a bit part player. I mean, they didn't know who I was. They thought I'm just a bit part player. But they were so nice. It's no good going up to them and saying, "Oh, by the way, I'm a Shakespearean actor. Actually, I've done plays on New York." And they're not interested. So you just do the part and say goodbye. Thank you very much. But they were charming. Tony Curtis was charming. He walked up to me and said, "Hello, I'm Tony Curtis." And I felt like it's like, yes, I know who you are. And Roger did the same thing. And I can't remember if I did that before I would the Bond.
that was before. That was 71.
Oh, right. Before, yes, it was a long time. But I never ever told him that I'd actually met him before. I thought, no. You have to be a bit discreet sometimes, and it was an episode in one's life, Yes, I mean, what did you say, 71?
Yeah, 71, I think, came out in 72, because they were shooting for about 13 months on the series. It's quite a long haul. It was one of the earlier episodes because it had Basil Deirdre as the director, and he died in quite an horrific car accident after he finished The Man Who Haunted Himself.
Oh, God.
Which strangely, there's a car crash in the film. And where that was shot was eerily close to where Basil had his fatal accident. But Basil Deirdre is certainly considered to be one of the best sort of television directors. He did lots of The Persuaders and things with Roger Moore, and so it's always worth mentioning his name when people have worked.
Yes, I do remember the name, of course, but I don't, because it was. It's awful when you get these situations, and a lot of actors do it when you simply got a little walk-on part, and there's no, you just have to swallow your pride and just saying, well, it's a day's work, and I get a nice check at the end of it, and thank you very much, and then you go on to doing something else that's more interesting and more demanding and stretches you really as an actor. But you have to do that. You have to. It's like when I did the Bond film. I mean, I was doing a television series at the time. I was playing Philip of France in something called the Talisman by Sir Walter Scott about the Third Crusades, and I was playing the King Philip of France, and a big important part. And I was off doing studios location, and when my agent rang me up and said, "Can you fit in an interview for Eon Productions, John, before you go off to Wales to do that?" So there are times in your career where you're doing a lot of work non-stop, and other times when you're sitting on your hands doing nothing and doing a small part. Anyway.
Do you remember that interview with Eon Productions? Was John Glenn there? Do you remember the?
I don't know. I mean, I of course he was there. Why wouldn't he be there? Of course. But what I did was, as I always do when I first walk into a room for an audition, I took my glasses off. I've had my cataracts done about 6-7 years ago, so now I can see you perfectly, and I can see long-sighted. But when I was young, since the age of 8, I was very short-sighted, so I had glasses. So you're going for the interview, and the minute that you rang the doorbell, or you took your glasses off, and then I was blind as a bat. And someone called Debbie Williams, I assumed it was her because she said, "Hello, I'm Debbie," and I went in, and this lady, I knew she was a lady, went into the anteroom, and we had a long talk. She told me exactly what would happen, that that we'd go into this back room with lots of people there, and I understood that everybody was there, from Kabbalah to the Kabbalah, and there must have been the cameraman and script girls and writers and everybody must have been there. This gang of people, and she said, "Look, you will sit in a chair, you'll face this group of people. I'll be asking the questions. You'll just talk to me." And that's how it was. And we had this chat, and they did ask me what I was doing, and it was very nice to say, "Well, I'm actually playing Philip II of France in the Talisman about the Third Crusade." So we talked a little bit about that, and we didn't talk about the part at all. I was. They liked what I did because I left very happy, and I went off to Wales to film Philip of France. And 3 days later, my agent rang me up and said, "You've got the part. Got the part in the Bond film." My God.
And was it then quite a quick journey from that to then being in Cortina for?
No, it wasn't. It was actually a long time because there was a delay. They gave me an extra week's salary because there was a delay for some reason. I think it was going to be in December, end of December, and it went on to February or something like that. So there was a gap, and they gave me an extra money for the wait as a retainer, which is very nice, wasn't it?
Lovely.
But no, I can't remember. But an interesting story, I think I may have told you about this. When I was told about the part that I'd got, I went to celebrate when I was next in London. And I went to Joe Allen's for a meal with some friends. And we were having the meal. And across the room, I saw an actress who I knew. I had been to New York with Ian McKellen, had been in Ian McKellen's company. She was a leading actor in the Ian McKellen's company as well. And I went over in all excitement to say, listen, she was with someone. They were chatting. And I said, and I interrupted their talk. And I said, hello. And I sat down and I said, yeah, I've got this part. I've got this part in James Bond. And I was rattling on to both of them, you know, and all of a sudden, the person that my friend was with tapped me on my arm and said, John, I'm Debbie McWilliams. I'm the casting director. I didn't recognize her because I hadn't got my glasses on. I had when I went over to meet them at the table, but at the time I said, oh, Debbie, I'm so sorry. She was charming about it, but she must have found it really funny that I was going on about getting this part. She was looking at me with absolute astonishment that I hadn't recognized her. Anyway, that's a funny tale. But anyway, that was interesting. Yeah, so I did. I was gobsmacked when I got the part. I'd never done anything quite as big as this. I'd done films and television, but much smaller. But this is a zonking great movie. I mean, we had our own plane. It was a James Bond plane which flew over to Cortina. We were just the crew and the actors, and everybody was on it. I don't think Roger was on it, but I don't think Cubby either, and Dana, his wife, I don't think they were on it, but everyone else was on it. Amazing. And we got off the plane, we were put in buses and we shipped off to Cortina, and it was freezing cold. I mean, it's February. It was -20. It was so cold. And we got to this wonderful 5-star hotel, and the whole foyer was taken over by the company. And all the wardrobe people were there, and they were handing out thermal underwear to all of us, shirts, long johns, socks, gloves, après-skis, jackets, hats. Everyone got these because it was so cold. We all, about 300 people, it seemed to me, got these uniforms. This state-of-the-art après-ski winter clothes to put on. That shows you how big the production was. So there we are.
So the fact that you kind of shared the same plane and the same hotel, did you get to talk to Carol Boucher and
no
June Glover, or they
no, the person I got to talk to most was Charles Dance, okay, and John Wyman, and not Lynn Holly and her sister, because they were in another hotel. But yeah, that was all. But I mean, yeah, Julian Glover, of course, because I had my scenes with him. And we had mutual friends as well, so we had something to talk about. He'd done a lot of work at the RSC and things like that, the Royal Shakespeare Company. So we knew lots of mutual friends, so we did stick together. But lo and behold, after about 5 days there, Lynn Holly and her sister appeared in the dining room. They didn't like their hotel they'd been in, and so they'd moved to our hotel where all the other actors and crew were, and that's how we met. We got on like a house on fire. It was Charles Dance, myself, and Lynn Holly and her sister. We went everywhere together. It was a joyous 3 weeks that we had. We were inseparable, Charles Dance and I, and the two girls. It was just wonderful.
Because again, Charles Dance, a very strong actor, and of course, I think this is his first sort of
I know.
major role, and he's very well known for playing sort of slightly sinister characters or very sinister characters. So when you meet him at a convention, you kind of are going in a little bit with that, and you're not quite sure if he's going to be nice, but of course he's the most delightful person you could hope to meet.
Absolutely delightful. Have you met him? I have.
Yeah, a few years ago. Yeah, he did one of the London Comic Cons.
Oh, I see. I've never met him since then. Isn't that strange? I haven't, isn't that because we got on. I mean, I've got photographs of Charles and I, you know, and the girls together. They're wonderful. Yeah, but I have never met him because then he became a big star. You know, amazing. Well, I mean, he's always been a good actor. He was a leading actor of the RSC when he did the Bond film. So, you know, he was very well known in the theatre world. But it was a wonderful time, I must admit. And the whole family is where I first met Barbara when she was a very young teenager. Michael Wilson, I used to have breakfast with Michael and his wife when I wasn't working, when they were having breakfast together. And Cubby and Dana, they were always on the set, so they were always part of the family. It was just so cozy. And John was an easygoing director who knew exactly what he wanted. Well, he'd been an editor, so he knew exactly what he wanted. He knew the shots he wanted. And it was a painless, although I was very nervous about doing it because it was such a big deal, really. So I was very nervous in that first few days playing the part. You don't show it, of course. I mean, they would be horrified if you did show it. But yes, I was nervous. But it turned out all right. So I got through it. I suppose my professionalism just got me through it. I didn't know what I was doing half the time. It just came. I just knew the lines and I was just doing it. I thought, totally instinctively, I did it. You know, not much thought about it. Now I think more about why I played the part the way I did. Now I rationalize why I played Luigi the way I played it. But at the time, it was just total instinct. You know, some directors, some actors are very intellectual, and they subtext all their dialogue. You know, why am I feeling this way? What is my attitude? What is my, you know, and they delve deep into the character. I just played it by instinct. And sometimes you can do that. With certain parts, you can just play it instinctively and it comes out right. And other parts, you've just got to work at it a lot harder. Why, you know, what is my relationship with this person? Well, how am I feeling? You know, why am I? Anyway, it didn't happen there. Thank goodness. It just happened. It doesn't always happen that way, but it did just happen. Thank God. Anyway. But I did have lots of scenes cut. You know, John rang me up and said, "We've got to cut 6 scenes of yours, John." I had 10 wonderful scenes. And they were cut because time ran out. We just didn't have enough time in Cortina. Things took a lot.
So that you didn't actually shoot them. We
didn't shoot them, no. But I knew they were there because the chippies and the set design, the set builders came up to me and they say to me, "We've just built you a wonderful set, John, for your next scene in the." Roger and I were invited by the Julian Glover's character to have dinner with him at his villa in Cortina, and we're sitting around the table having dinner together, the two of us and him, and that was cut. But the chippies and the set designers told me that they just built this wonderful set for us. So I knew it was there, but they didn't have time to shoot it. And John, bless his cotton sock, he rang me up and said, "John, we're just going to have to cut those scenes. I'm so sorry." He said, "Because these other scenes, if they'd been added, you would have been a major character. And you probably would have changed your career completely." He was so nice about it. But, you know, in films, you shoot and shoot and shoot. You've got to, then you shoot 4 hours of film, then you've got to reduce it to 2.5 or 2 hours 20, and something's got to go.
Yes, that's what happens, and unfortunately sometimes. How long do you know how long you roughly in Cortina for? Did you have enough time to do a bit of sightseeing, or was it kind of very much sort of?
Oh no, I was there 3.5 weeks. In fact, we all arrived together and we all left together because we went back on the plane as we arrived on the same plane, the entire crew. So there was a very limited time that they had for all this stuff. In fact, looking back on it now, they could have done the interiors of that dinner scene.
Well, I thought maybe Pinewood, yes.
But there were other scenes inside the car where I'm driving. I'm actually driving the Lotus, and I play with the buttons.
Yeah,
and the buttons happen. You see, so when we drive over to the skating arena, and he gets out and leaves me in the car, and he turns around and says, "And don't touch the buttons." Without the context of the scene that went previously, it makes no sense. But it's because I did play with the buttons when I was driving it, and things went off. Sorry, it's this cold.
That sounds like it would have been lovely to have seen those scenes, to film.
It would have been lovely. Yes, I mean, it would have been very important to my career. But you can't. I did the film, so I had a wonderful experience.
I know there was a bit of a delay, I think, because there wasn't as much snow as they'd anticipated.
I was told about that.
Yeah,
I didn't know about it, but they imported snow.
Yeah, so that might have taken a bit of time to do that. And I think even in your first scene with Bond, there's some lines about the snow not being as good this year. So they incorporated into the into the film. So whether that may have caused a bit of a delay.
It might have been, although I think that was in the original script. Because they are talking about Innsbruck and St. Moritz. So
yeah.
But Cortina didn't. So I don't know when they did it, but they must have come during the night and just. And I think it was the middle of the village where Bond and I arrive, and he turns around and says, "I'll see you later." And it's the time when the motorbike is trying to kill someone, and she goes into a florist shop. They needed snow in the square, and that's when the night before they come in and just sprinkled snow everywhere. It must have been that.
Yeah.
Because certainly there was certainly snow in the further up when the ski ramps and all that ski jumps. There was snow up there around then.
Yeah.
Well, they would have to have been snow up there because it was such an immense amount of.
Oh yeah. You can.
Yeah. But just in the town itself, there was no snow. It was very cold, incredibly cold. I mean, all the fountains were just iced up, solid, beautiful to look at, but no snow.
But were you able to witness the bike sequence? Could you see some of the filming going on when you weren't?
Oh yeah, I saw it happen. The stuntmen were just amazing. I mean, just amazing. Just to be catapulted over the handlebars straight through a glass window is. I don't know, but obviously I don't think it was actually glass. It was something called sugar something rather. It wouldn't injured it, but still, the timing of it took a long time to do. Took a long time to do. I would imagine all stunts, they take forever.
And they always did it properly. They did it for as real as possible, so they would have taken the time to get
all the stunts took.
Right.
I think that was the main problem. The stunts probably took a lot longer than anticipated. That's where the time went. Because doing dialogue scenes don't take any time at all, and John just knows what he wants. We just rattle through all the dialogue. So I think we did. I think that the very first meeting up in Cortina, when we just say, the snow this year is better in Innsbruck, and he says, "We're not." So I think that scene, we did it in one take, and that was it. I think we did one close up, and that was it. So on to the next, But it's all the stunts that take time.
Yeah. I can imagine. You mentioned how cold the weather was. I was wondering your death scene, because it's at night. You're in the car, and whether you had to fill up the car a couple of times to get that just right. So
and more than once, once because it's a very low car, and you can't just drop out of that Lotus. You have to throw yourself out. Literally, I had to throw myself out, because if it opened the door and I just dropped, I wouldn't have fallen out the way I did. I had to throw myself out. It was so cold. It must have been -20. It was freezing, but I can't tell you. But anyway, you're wrapped up as much as you can, 5 pullovers, 4 pairs of gloves, 20 socks. You're still cold because you still have to, your face gets cold and your nose gets redder and you have to keep putting makeup on to dab it away. But it was a cold shoot. Night shoots in those places are very, very cold. Yeah.
Yeah, so you would have done it just maybe the one night, but maybe a couple of nights maybe to do it.
Oh, I think they did a lot of night shoots, but I wasn't involved. It was just that one.
Yeah.
Just that one, yeah.
I think your scene with Julian Glover and Roger Moore at the Olympic ice rink is very good, particularly when you get up to leave and Julian shakes Bond's hand but not yours, and there's this sort of slight tension there.
Well, he did shake my hands in rehearsal. When we did a rehearsal, a camera rehearsal, we did a rehearsal, then we did a camera rehearsal. We did shake hands. And come the take, he refused to take my hand, which is fine. You know, it made it quite spontaneous. But he just, I thought it was absolutely right. I thought, yeah, that's right. He obviously, to him, I was a nobody. He didn't know who I was. He had no clue, I don't think. But I was an unimportant personage. Roger is the one that was important, which is fine.
I think it's interesting into Julian's character of the villain. I think it's telling. I think of
yes.
I think that's very interesting. So of course this film must be probably the film you've seen the most in terms of the premieres. You'd have had to watch it a few times.
No, just once.
Oh, you only saw it once, and it was at the London premiere.
Yeah, the one in Leicester Square. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. What was that a memorable event?
Well, yes, because I've never. It's the only one I've ever been to a premiere where you had to hire a tuxedo, and you know I didn't know what to expect. I mean, I think I parked the car in Covent Garden. I had a very nice girlfriend at the time, and I invited her. She didn't believe me. I said, "We're going to a premiere. You better get yourself in proper dress," because we'd been doing a play together in Edinburgh just beforehand. And I said, yes, we're going to this premiere, this James Bond premiere. So get yourself a dress and I'll get myself a tuxedo. And we parked in Covent Garden. We walked and all of a sudden we got to Leicester Square, and all of a sudden it was full of fans, the red carpet. And you walk down and, you know, the things that you'd seen on television and films, all of a sudden you were part of it. You just do it, and it goes like a flash. You walk down, it takes a millisecond to walk down, and you walk through, and then you're in the foyer, and you know, then you realize that there are royalties there as well. And but it just goes so quickly. You don't realize time goes. Even if you're there for half an hour, the walk goes down in a flash. You're in and out, and you're sitting through watching the film at the end, and then you go off to a party. But it all goes so quickly. It's like life, really. Where did life go? But it was my only one, and I really enjoyed it. Yes, it was memorable because of that. But the party afterwards was even nicer, because we went to a very posh party in a very posh hotel, and everybody was there. I've got a photograph of Cubby Broccoli and I and Dana there. Can you see it?
Oh yes, I can see that one. Yes.
That's. Can you see? Yeah,
I can. Yeah, it's a lovely photograph. Yeah.
Yeah, that's Cubby and I, and at the premiere. Well, it was the party afterwards, actually. That's the first time I met them before on location, but it was very nice that they were there to see us into the party.
Yeah, and I think Cubby Broccoli always seemed to be the father figure of Bond, and
indeed,
everybody very well. And I think Dana. I think they were both, very good at everybody.
Yes, I think it was. Someone said to me, it was Dana that gave the nod to you when you after you left. You know, it was her that cast you.
Oh right, yes, yeah.
Who actually got the nod? I mean, I'm sure Glenn would have had a say in it, but she obviously turned to Cubby and said yes. And then they must have talked about it, but she obviously was I was going to say, apparently she was very astute. Should I say that?
Yeah.
In all modesty.
Well, I think she also had some instincts with when it came to Sean Connery getting the role originally. If I recall correctly, she was you know, she sort of, you know, thought, oh, this is the guy to do
Yeah,
it. So I
she
think she
had an
always kind of
instinct.
had a hand in unofficially, you know.
Yes, absolutely, unofficially. Yeah, absolutely. I doubt whether maybe it's an interesting idea that, you know, would they have cast an actor against her instinct?
Yes, yes, probably not. I would have thought.
But they were a lovely family. Hence, you know, I met Barbara once at the Pinewood event that when Roger died, there was a big event at Pinewood. And Barbara was there, and Michael Wilson, and I did speak to her. I mean, we got on really well when she was a young lady. I suppose she was a teenager. I met her several times, and she was lovely. She was at the hotel as well. And she was learning the ropes, I suppose, from her dad. You know, she was interested in it all.
And yeah, and of course Michael and Barbara have gone on to great things with the Bonds, and really sort of given them a life beyond what Cubby was able to do. And I think some of the most successful Bonds that they produced. So of course they're incredibly talented in their own right. And I think they learned so much from Cubby and carried on that family kind of,
Yes.
you know, the family business, and the atmosphere, I think. So I was just wondering, did you ever meet Topo?
No.
No, no. And do you remember what Roger Moore was like? Was he quite good during filming? Any practical jokes or
Well, he's the ideal person, really, to act with, because he's so nice and so generous and so accommodating. He's a real pro. There's no ego there at all, and that's really what you want. It's like Ian McKellen. I was with Ian for 3 years, and there's no side to him at all. He's just one of you, one of the actors in the company. No starring feeling at all. No ego. No me. Total nice person. And and everyone loved him on set. I mean, he knew everybody's name. He was always in a good humor, very positive, jokey, lots of jokes, lots and lots of jokes on set. He always used to start, you know, before the scenes, he would tell you a joke just before the director called action. It was always very difficult. But he was doing it really either to make you feel at ease. You know, this is, I suppose, to take away the idea that this is a multi-million-dollar film that costs thousands a minute. Take away that stigma of the pressure that every second counts. You know,
you think of how many people are going to watch the film, and you think as soon as the director says action, the next thing I do is going to be on this big screen in London. You're just going to freeze, aren't you, if you start to think about some of the implications of what you're doing?
Yeah, I suppose. Although thank God, I never ever visualize that kind of thing. You just, thank God, you don't actually. It's all to do with concentration and character and the situation. Why am I here? Who am I? Who am I talking to? I'm not talking to Roger. I'm talking to someone called James Bond, who was in the same business as I. That's all, and that's it. But as soon as a cut is called, I mean, you Roger just turns around and you're just actors. I know there are certain actors that can't leave the role of the character even after cut. They just have to stay in character. I've never quite understand that, but I mean, each actor has their own ways of approaching on being on set. I know that actors just want to stay in character all the time. That must be bloody exhausting. But that's the way they operate. Some people, you know, they want to stay in character. So that's fair enough. We all have our methods. Pardon?
What works for them, isn't it? Really, I suppose.
Yes, we all have a method. I mean, you talk about the method. I don't think there is the method. There is your method. the one that allows you. I mean, you can be more flexible, and yes, it's like something Ian said recently about simplicity. Do less. Do less. Don't try and explain. The trouble with when you're doing the classical plays like Shakespeare and Chaucer and the restorations, the text is very difficult to understand, and you get into the habit of explaining the text because the text is so complex. And if you're doing modern dialogue, you don't need to do that, but it's still there. You still want to explain the text to the audience or the watchers in cinemas, and it's fatal to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. You did work with Roger's successor on Return of the Saint, Ian Ogilvy. You did a nice episode.
Yes.
Was that an enjoyable experience?
Well, it was, because it was in the south of France, and I didn't have very much to do. It's just that I wanted, A, it was south of France, and B, I had a good friend of mine who was working in it as well. I learned, a good friend of mine that I knew from years ago called Susan Penhaligon. So she was in it, and of course I thought, well, it would be lovely to spend some time with an old mate down there. So I said, yeah, why not? South of France, what can be better?
Is Susan still going? Is she still?
Oh yes, Susan's. I haven't seen her since then, but I think that was the last time I saw her. Really? Oh no, I didn't. No, she was. That's right. She was on the stage with my wife. Yes, that's right. I went to see a production of an Alan Ayckbourn, and my wife was in it, and Susan was also in it. And I went to see it down, and I thought, there's an ex-wife and a friend of mine on the same stage. So yes, yes, it was fun. It's always fun working with mates, because you know them all the time, and it's just nice to catch up. So. Yes, so there we are. It was a nice job, not a demanding job, again, very undemanding job to do, but you take it because it's money and it's a nice job.
And you quite like working with Ian. Were you familiar with the original?
Ian was lovely. Ian was easy peasy again, and a nice man. Again, no size, no ego. It's horrible when you work with people that you have to be. Treat them specially and be careful what you say and how you treat. Some people just don't want to talk to you. I mean, they don't. It's horrible.
Yeah. I agree that Ian's a lovely gentleman. We've done 8 of these events together for Return of the Saint, and he's lovely. Nothing's too much trouble.
No.
Loves talking about, embraces his work. And yeah, just very, very easy to talk to. So I'm hoping to do a few more with Ian as well. But yeah, he's lovely.
Yeah, he's absolutely correct. He's lovely. It was just a very pleasant experience. There was another an actor in it who was lovely as well. Who was a very well-known actor, Anthony Steele.
Oh yes, yeah.
I mean, he was an elderly actor then. I mean, he was probably not. I mean, he was a very handsome and famous young actor in his heyday in the black and whites, but lovely, and still, again, just charming. Everybody on that set was lovely.
And directed by Kevin Connor, who
a very nice man. Yeah.
And again, I've spoken to Kevin a couple of times. But yes, you say Anthony Steele, Catherine Schell,
that's right,
Susan Penhaligon, and Bill Simpson had a very good turn as the professor from the title. He was a very sort of crotchety Scottish professor that kind of sort of was making life a bit difficult for the Saints. So it's probably one of the strongest episodes, I think, of.
Oh, I'm glad, because I've never seen it.
I'll send you a copy if you want to have a look at it.
Okay. Oh no, I mean, I haven't seen the Doctor Who. I haven't seen Only Fools and Horses, and I haven't seen The Saint. Just terrible. Some people get upset sometimes when they realize you actually haven't seen something that they are enamored of, like Only Fools and Horses, for example. when they're astonished that you haven't seen it. I always try to explain to them, sometimes actors don't like seeing themselves. They just don't like seeing themselves on television. And but no, I haven't. It's terrible. I haven't.
Well, whenever I'm doing an event for a TV series or a film, I offer to send a copy to the guests, and most of them want to see it, but some just say, "No, I don't want to see myself. I remember what I remember, and that's it." They won't look at it at all, and I can understand why people don't perhaps want to look at themselves. I mean, when I edit my videos, I'm always looking at my guests. I don't want to see myself talking like I am now, because I'll be thinking about, well, just shut up or stop moving your hands about or whatever it is. So it must be just like that, I suppose, for actors, really. So
I don't mind. I don't mind seeing myself talking, but it's the acting when you're playing a character and you think the performance you think is either over the top, too much, too undercut, and you made the wrong choices, and sometimes you think, well, maybe it was just badly shot. Quite often in television, there's just not so much time, particularly studio stuff, when you've got 4 cameras going at the same time, and in the control box they're editing as they're going along. Camera, you can hear them. Sometimes you hear them through the cans. Camera 1, camera 5, camera 4, and you think, what camera am I on? You're doing the scene as rehearsed, but you don't know what camera is on. Sometimes if it's right in front of you, you see the red light go on the camera, so that's you're on camera then. But quite often you think, Susan Penhallow always said to me, when you actually, because she became very experienced after doing Bouquet of Barbed Wire, she said, always go to the cameraman and let them and ask them if you can see their camera script. And on this camera script, against all the dialogue, it will remark which camera is shooting where and on what part of the dialogue. So the cameraman knows on that dialogue, my camera's live. And then on that bigger line, it's on camera 2, so I'm not live. Maybe in order to move the camera angle when he's not on the live, so she said to me, I always get the camera script, so I know when I'm on camera.
Very, very clever, very clever.
Very clever. And I said, how did you know that? She said, the cameraman told me about it. So she said, yeah, here's the camera script. You can tell when you're on. She said, because she said to me, I'm never sure when I'm on camera, because you never know when the red light's going to come on. It takes you by surprise sometimes. Oh, that's me. Even if you're not talking and it wants to take a reaction shot and you're not sure. Sometimes reaction shots can be pretty boring, so you have to be careful with the camera shot that you're not doing something inappropriate.
And so much will be, for example, the film, the editing process again will change performance, cut lines.
Well, if it's only one camera, if it's only one camera, not 4 cameras, one camera, then you have control because when it's on you.
Yeah,
it's on you. But in studio, it could be 4 cameras all around you.
Well, that was how Doctor Who was done, and Only Fools and Horses. They all had vision mixers, back then, and you did work with David Jason, I think, from The Darling Birds of May and Only Fools. So was David nice to work with?
David was a very. I mean, he was. You see, Only Fools and Horses. I don't think Only Fools and Horses. I didn't have a scene with him. Well, I did. I mean, I did talk to him, and that was easy because most of the stuff was me singing this terrible song. But Darling Buds of May, I had no scene with him. I never met him.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No, I never met him. Yeah. I never met him on that set. But yes, I mean, you get. It's very. I mean, these comedies. I mean, it's very stressful. You only get about 4 days. You got the read through, and after in the morning, and then you start plotting where the moves are, and then the next day, second day, you start. People. I mean, some directors want you already to remember some of the lines. And you are again blocking, and then by the 3rd day, you are beginning to run the episode, and the 4th day, it's when all the technicians come and watch a run through, and then I think you have a day off, and then you're in the studio. And the pressure is unbelievable. You know, and it's not just you're doing it, but you've got 400 people in the studio audience.
Well,
And,
yeah.
and they're going, it's like a first night with the pressure of the first night and with the cameras going as well. It's like, you know, a camera on the first night it's painful, nerve-wracking on a first night anyway, because you've never done it in front of an audience and there's 2,000 people out there, but 400 plus the cameras.
But at least from your point of view, because of your theatrical background, it may have been easier for you compared to somebody who didn't have that background.
It might have been. It might. I mean, I know. I did a comedy, an episode of a comedy series which I thought was very good, in which the leading actress on the first series, they had an audience, and it made her so nervous. When they wanted to do a second series, she said, "I don't want a live audience. We'll do it in a studio, but no live audience," because it made her so nervous. She was sick with nerves. And so when I did it, they didn't have an audience. So it was just an ordinary kind of comedy. It worked just as well, because I'm not sure if an audience is an indicator, because I'm not sure if quite often they will laugh at something off camera that the camera is not showing, something that an actor does off camera. And they'll laugh, and you think, why are they laughing? Because something is done, you know, that's not being shown. But some people do love it. I think some people love that adrenaline rush.
I suppose the rhythm of it dictated by an audience, whether it's stage or TV. So the comedy is going to be at a different pace, a different kind of
that is true. Yeah, but I always thought, I said to myself, who said? I can't. Someone must have said to me, "Listen, don't play for the laughs at the audience. Play to the camera." In other words, if all of a sudden you say something or do something and you get a laugh from the studio audience, don't wait for them to stop laughing as you would in the theatre in order for them to hear the next line. This is because the people in the sitting at home may not find that particularly funny anyway. So they'll, you know. Don't wait for that laugh to subside, but carry on as if you haven't heard it. So it's an in between. Where in the theatre you'd wait for the laugh to subside before you carry on to give them time to hear the next line, but there you can't. You just got to play as if they weren't there in a way.
Yeah,
I think it's there to maybe to tell the director where the laughs are.
I suppose you can tell if something falls flat, you know, if a big laugh, you don't have it, or
I know
bit like that. But yes,
you just don't know where it's going to happen. You don't know. I mean, it's like doing a farce, for example, a Fado farce. You have no idea where they're going to laugh because you're playing it dead straight, and the audience will find things funny that you think, "Wow, that's interesting. I never expected that."
So just to wrap our chat up, in the Olympic scene in For Eyes Only, Jill Bennett's in that scene. Do you remember Jill Bennett at all?
I do. Yes, I had dinner with her privately. I had dinner with her because I think she was. I don't know why she didn't. She invited me to the hotel that she was staying at, and we were in this huge hotel, this massive, great dining room in Cortina, and we were there by ourselves. A huge dining room, sitting there by ourselves, being waited on by about 30 waiters. It was, and I don't know why she invited me. I mean, she was charming and lovely, but I had this dinner with her one evening by myself with Jill Bennett.
How lovely, yeah.
Yes, it was lovely.
Yeah.
Absolutely lovely. I mean, you do meet. I mean, there was a family. Actually, there's a family that were in one of the group of the extras around the ice rink. They were all multimillionaires. They weren't extras that you would normally get, like central casting. These were local people. When I say local, the ones that have got the big mansions and the big chateaus and the big chalets up in Cortina, who were millionaires and lived there. They'd come up for the season. And they're the ones that wanted to be part of the extras around the ice rink. And they were dressed in real minks. And I got to know a family. There were two sisters. who invited me to their chalet. I mean, their their father was a multimillionaire industrialist in Milano, and the family and the mother and the two daughters had come up to Cortina to their huge chateau to be part of that entourage. And I got friendly with them, really friendly with them. She eventually got married about a year later, and I got this invitation to go and partake in their wedding in Rome. And it was going to be, the height of the social calendar in Rome. And I thought, if he only knew that I was signing on in the Brixton Labour Exchange the next day after flying back from Cortina. They thought that being an actor in a Bond film, you're a rich person. I suppose they just thought we were all very rich.
I think because I've been going to Bond conventions for quite some time, and I remember Shane Rimmer, who had his autobiography out at one of the conventions, and he was taking books out of his wife from the back of a very sort of not a flashy car, just so somebody came up to him and said, "Oh, you must make a lot of money from things like Thunderbirds and bonds and stuff." And he said, "Oh." He said, "Well, although the paycheck is quite good at the time, it's a one-off, and then as you say, you might be signing on. So it's not perhaps as commercially, because I think wasn't there a recent survey that said only the top 4% of people in the film business actually earn more than the average wage in the UK. So the top four. So everybody else is kind of making things meet like we all are.
That's very true. And to illustrate exactly what happened, the next tax year after I did the Bond film, I was investigated by the Inland Revenue because they couldn't work out that 1 year you could earn this amount of money and the next year you're earning nothing. And they thought there's something fishy here, and they investigated me. And I said, why? He said, well, because this year you earned all this money, and then this next year you were earning nothing. So what kind of, I had to explain. I got on really well. I met him twice. I went to their offices in, I think it was just near London Bridge, and I was explaining to him. We actually became great friends. He came to my house, and we had a cup of tea together. And he said, yeah, we just didn't realize that, you actors you can have a really good year and a really terrible year, and then another good year again. And of course, the algorithm or whatever it is, it sticks out there's something on here because there's no consistency. Consistency is the word that the Inland Revenue, they want a consistent income. If something spikes all of a sudden, there's something fishy going on. That's why. But you go to the Labour Exchange and they say, well, where have you been working? I was in Cortina. Where's that, Mr. Moreno? It's in Italy. And what were you doing there? I was acting. Oh, I see. Writing it all down.
But you took that in your stride, though. It never kind of got you to think, well, what am I doing in this business? I'll train to be a plumber. Or
God, no.
You never wanted to kind of.
I mean, no. Strangely enough, I know that actors have taken up plumbing because it's far more lucrative than it is acting, and made a lot of money. But it doesn't feel the soul. I don't know what it is. When I used to teach fight directing. I mean, I'm also, as you know, I think may have known, I'm an equity registered fight director. I choreograph fights for the stage. And I used to go and do a lot, and I arranged fights in Japan and Korea and Spain and Austria and Madrid, and taught in several drama schools doing sort of masterclasses. And I've always told those young drama students, listen, if you want my advice, when you graduate, find another job, get another qualification. Don't become actors, because there's no future in it. I mean, there is, if you're lucky, if you're a lucky actor. If you can make a living as an actor, you're a lucky actor, and even more so today. In my day, I mean, you could just go from rep to rep to rep to rep and earn your £10 a week, and just work for 52 weeks of the year, and then go on to the next rep and earn £10 52 weeks a year, and you just work, because there was so much work in rep, because the reps were being supported by local councils and the government. and each little town had a repertory company. There's no such thing anymore.
No, that's very different.
You'd sign a contract for a year, for a whole year.
Yeah. Nowadays you need something to fall back on when the phone doesn't go, and then I suppose then you can make it work, but you've got to have something else in your pocket, as it were.
Yeah, it's very sad, and there's so much money made by this country by the creative industries, films, television. You know, we are so lucrative. We gave so much to the exchequer, the arts and the creative industries, so much, far more than the motor industry, I would imagine. I mean, billions in revenue we make, because we're very talented, you know, with our technicians and actors, writers, producers. I mean, and the studios are earning. I mean, they're working hard. All the studios, the technicians. Now it helps. So, but actors, what can I say? Anyway, so it's so nice seeing you, though, because we did have a little chat.
To see him and finally get there. Just to wrap up, well, are you surprised that people still want to talk about the Bond film?
Yes,
40 odd years, and because of course Bond was very popular when you did it, but to think we'd still be here, that 60 odd years since it began, must be quite a weird feeling, I guess.
It's not weird, it's astonishing. I'm astonished because after I did the Bond film, I went on to do lots of other things, and it wasn't until 20 years later, 80s, maybe 20 odd years ago, I first got a phone call by saying, "Oh, John, would you like to come to Basildon and do an event?" I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "Oh, we're doing a James Bond event in Basildon, and we'd like you to come and meet some fans." And I said, "To do what?" She said, "Well, just meet them and bring some photographs." I said, "Photograph? I don't have any photographs." I didn't have any photographs. That's how it started. It must have been about 20 years ago, and it was very popular, And these all of a sudden it's mushroomed into, not anymore with the Bond film, but I mean, we used to go up to Birmingham, and there would be and there were a lot of actors there. And now it's all to do with Star Wars is doing incredibly well. My friend Garrick, he goes all the time to big conventions. Star Wars is doing amazing.
And Doctor Who, loads of Doctor Who conventions as well these days, and some big Bond ones. HMS Belfast did a big Bond event. I think you were.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But yes, I mean, I've only ever been to one Doctor Who, but I was standing there. I was sitting in this room with this person to my left who was going to take the money, and all the fans were outside the room. And I was sitting there at this table, about 3 or 4 of us, the actors, and I turned round to the chap who was going to help me with the money, and I said to him, this is so long ago. You've told me exactly when it is now. When was it exactly? What year?
Doctor Who.
Yes,
that was 1970.
1970. I said to him, I don't know why I'm here. It was so long ago, and I don't think I had a big part. I can't remember it, and he turned to me and he said, "You're here, John, because there's not many of you left."
Yeah. I mean, so sometimes when I approach people for events, not this one, I hasten to add, but sometimes people say they're quite flattered that I approach them, and there is a part of me that doesn't want to say, well, there wasn't anybody else to get, sometimes it is a bit like that, and but they turn out to be wonderful, and it's not about, for me, it's not about you have to be at this bidding or whatever. It's just meeting interesting people like yourself, and it's nice that you engage with fans and you do the events, because not everybody does, and I know that we as a fans appreciate those that do engage in the community.
Well, I'm flattered. I'm absolutely flattered. I mean, I love going to meet them, and I'm just gobsmacked that they're interested in something that happened so long ago, and interested in talking. And I'm interested in them because it is interesting, isn't it? Meeting people. I love people anyway. I love meeting people, but for all works of life and all, like when we had our lovely tea together down in Sidmouth. It was just wonderful to meet you. I still haven't met your wife. Why I have never seen her at all, but you know she's in the background over there.
Well, if you come down next year to Sidmouth, maybe we can both come and see you.
I always come to Sidmouth every year. That is absolutely a must in my calendar. So we'll make a date.
I will look forward to that. But thank you very much. It's been lovely to talk to you. And
thank you very much, Philip. But yes, I mean, next time in Sidmouth, next year when I come to Sidmouth, you must bring your wife.
I will do so. I'll make sure she has the day off this time.
Absolutely. Okay. All right, my dear. Very nice to speak to you. Thank you so much.
And
so my first experience on a Zoom, and it's actually it's not painful at all.
Oh, good. I'm glad it's not been traumatic.
It hasn't. No. Okay, my dear. Okay. Have a good evening.
You too. Take care, John.
Bye-bye. Now, I don't do anything. You do it all, do you?
Oh, yeah. I'll end it right now. Okay.
Okay.
Take care.
Ciao. Bye-bye.
It's been very relaxing, I must admit. The weather has been fantastic. I don't know if I can show you from the veranda outside. It's very sunny. And the people here are quite, in England now, with so many problems, we tend to find it difficult to find somebody smiling. So,
well, thank you very much for joining me to talk about Your Eyes Only. It is very much appreciated. My audience would like to get to know you a little bit before we get on to the film. So I just wanted to ask, did you always want to be an actor, and how did you end up going into that business?
A question that actually shoots back to my childhood. I think, if I'm being honest, I was born from in Cyprus. I've got two roots. One is my mum is Cypriot and my dad is from Crete. So I've got two roots in a way. And I grew up there. I'm trying to say that it was a very to say that you want to become an actor is quite significant for parents to hear, So I was dressing up from very young age, putting clothes and pretending to be a Red Indian. That was my first recollection when I was a child. So yes, I had the inclination, my parents knew from very young age. Excuse me. So I came to England to study in '64. By the way, just to correct somebody's on the internet, they've got my birthday wrong. It's actually, I was born in January 1947, and they say also, they're all wrong, by the way, and they say things normally about they quote dates of birth and other things, and they get it wrong. Anyway, so I came to England, and I came to study, basically. I was doing electrical engineering, and then I went to do a PR, and then went to drama school. So I'm just saying, I just condensed my whole youth, really, from being an actor. I wanted to be an actor. So yes, I wanted to be an actor all the time, since I remember.
And were your mum and dad always supportive about your acting choice? I take it they weren't in the arts or anything.
But very, very, very good question, actually, Philip. It's my parents have been very supportive. To my surprise, as I said, those days everybody wanted their son to become a lawyer or a doctor, and I was also very good at school. I was first in my class the whole of my high school, and I suppose it was they were supportive. Yes, very, very supportive.
Oh,
but they said they had a condition. I have to be honest. They said either if you want to become an actor, that's fantastic, but you have to have something else in case you don't succeed as an actor. So I had to do a public relations course at the institute, which I did, and then I went to drama school. So they were very sensible, actually, my parents.
Oh, yes, it sounds it. I think acting can be quite a precarious profession, so to have something to fall back on, absolutely. So did you start off on the stage initially?
I was a very lucky guy. Don't forget, I was in the I was at drama school 69 till 71, finished 71, and I had very luckily. I wasn't intending to stay in England, but I had offers for jobs, 3 jobs. And my first job, one was in London, one was another city, but the one I chose was in Worthing, Connaught Theatre Worthing. And I went there, and it was quite an amazing. I arrived lost, really. I dumped my suitcase at the box office, and I went straight to the studio to make coffee for the actors. So I was there as an acting SM in those days. And you used to get, because now the rep system is changed, it was a good training ground for the actors, you know, brilliant. And I was very lucky. I worked at the Connaught Theatre Worthing for 3 months as an acting SM, and ended up in hospital because it was a weekly rep. Then it became 2 weekly rep, and it's quite hard job, very hard job. So, but they kept my job. Yeah.
So when you say you ended up in hospital, was it for exhaustion, or was it something?
It was because it was the exhaustion, because you performed on stage for the main theatre. In the mornings, you used to go out for theatre and education. We started at 7, I think, 9 o'clock performing at the schools. Come back to the theatre and do propping for the stage for the actors, the main actors in those days, the big stars. And then we used to also rehearse at the studio, at a studio as well. So it was a crazy situation, you know. And by the way, my first job was in Agatha Christie's Spider's Web, and I played the Welsh policeman. And my first, I had a coach, and my first sentence was, laughing and crying, something terrible she was. There you go, that's my Welsh.
Not bad.
Those days. No, it was a lovely experience, Worthing. It's not the same anymore, because you used to stay with the same group of actors for a long time. So it's like a team, really, you know?
So you were comfortably doing stage work, and then just TV naturally came into your life?
That's right. TV came after that. And I used to commute from Worthing to London or Manchester. I used to do a lot of television from Manchester in those days. Granada, it was called, if I remember. So I did quite a few shows for them, and then I think in 1974, I had to do a tour with Marius Goring. It was called The Wisest Fool in Christendom, and he had a few good names. It was a pre-West End tour, never made it, but we did all the provinces, all the theatres, and performing outside London, actually. You realize we have some beautiful theatres in the north, beautiful. Still in the same shape they were in the 1800s or 1900s, they're still there, well preserved.
I mean, I do get to London quite often for theatre, but we do have some lovely theatres down here. We have Northcote and Exeter, and in Plymouth we've got the Theatre Royal, and we do get some good shows. So I think it's important as an audience member to do both. To support the locals as well as going to see the big stuff in London. So how did the Bond film come along?
How did
how did For Your Eyes Only come into your
I've done a few films before. I've done TV. The Bond film I did, I was asked for an audition in those days. You know, when things come up and you do it like any other job, you don't think, oh, I'm going to be in a James Bond film. nothing like that at all. I went to the audition. I remember there was a huge paneling, including Barbara Broccoli and Cabby Broccoli, amongst others. And I remember them being in a posh room in, it was somewhere in the West End, where the headquarters are. Excuse me. And I remember they liked me. I got the impression they liked. I went twice, and I got the job. The next thing I know, a few days later, I remember they sent a limousine to be collected for the airport, and we flew. It was myself, and I think, was it, oh my God, who was the other people? Paul Angelis, I think, was with me. Anyway, we went on a private jet with Cabby Broccoli. It was 4 of us in the plane. Cabby Broccoli was one of the nicest people I remember in my career. Really, I say that because somebody in that position, traveling with actors that are just ordinary actors, really, no stars, but he was a gentleman. He treated everybody the same. I remember we arrived in Athens, he took us for lunch by the sea somewhere, and then we flew back to Corfu. But I remember Cabby Broccoli was a very, very memorable character, you know. Very caring is the word.
And were you on location for quite a while, and did you get time off?
Oh yes, I think around 4 months. I think it was, because we went to Greece, and then we went to Kalambaka, Madeira, which was the rocks. And I remember we had a lot of problems with the filming. By the way, it's a shame. I remember the other day, I said, I forgot to bring, I didn't plan all this, you see, and I came to Greece. I've got a lot of photographs. I could have actually shown them to you, my own collection from the filming. I've got the whole, all the period we're in Greece. I actually took photographs. Anyway, the filming in Greece, unfortunately, took the wrong turn because of the priests. Should I say, they wanted something in return if we had to film, if you see what I mean. And they covered the whole of the monasteries with huge Greek flags, so we couldn't film. So we ended up going back to London to film all the scenes with Madeira. We did them at Pinewood Studios, by the way. It's not the real location. I have to admit, it was in the studio.
Yeah, I think only I think they did resolve the issue eventually, but that limited them, I think, to what they could shoot. So, as you say, most of it was done back at Pinewood.
Yes.
Carol I was going to say that Carol Boucher was on location. Do you remember
Yes.
Carol at all?
Carol Boucher, yes, she's a lovely lady, beautiful lady. I remember one day we're sitting next to each other when we're waiting for scenes to happen, and we're talking about I said to her something to do with her eyes. She's got she had this amazing look. You know, she looked at you, it's like magic. And I said to her, "You've got incredible eyes." I said, "The way you look back and stare at us is incredible." She said to me, "You know why? Because I can't see a thing." She couldn't see. Yeah, her eyesight, she was wearing glasses all the time.
That's a great story.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
that's good. A great story. Yes.
Did you hear that?
I did. Yes, that's rather wonderful. Yes.
But it's funny, that look that everyone was quite captured by, it was because she couldn't see very well, you know?
Yeah. I believe she also had issues with filming underwater. I think she had a sinus issue, so she had to be doubled quite a bit with the water sequences.
Yes.
Do you remember? It's quite a big sequence you're involved with. Is the battle on the docks with the boats and lots of gunplay, etc. Do you remember
The
filming
what?
that
Sorry,
sequence? Oh,
the
the
what?
dock fight, the fight at the dock.
You mean the shooting? You mean
Oh yeah, yeah,
in the
on
hotel?
the
Yeah.
ships
Oh,
and everything. Yeah.
okay. I've got. Phew, I remember it very well. The thing we don't know as audience, Philip, is that when you watch something, you think it's all false. And by the way, all the stunts done for your eyes only. Believe me, I was there, most of them, and they're real. Nothing was false. Okay, I watched it. I watched Cassandra Harris's Double. By the way, I went somewhere else, but just to let people know that all the things you saw in those days, 80s especially, and towards the beginning of 90s, all the stunts were real. Cassandra Harris, I remember. Do you remember in the beginning where she gets knocked off those little what do you call them?
All
Motor.
the little
Yeah.
buggies. Yeah.
Well, she's supposed to be knocked and dies on the beach. The lady who was the stunt woman, to my shock, I was there watching it. She had her lips torn really twice, and she had the nurses there. They sewed it up, and then she did another one, another take. Incredible, you know. I mean, I admire them a lot. I admire stuntmen, you know. But going back to what you asked me about the whole fighting scene by the just behind the boats where the factory was, I think, full of barrels, and I was petrifying, Philip, petrifying. If you see me in the photos or in the movie, I was always crouching because Topol had an accident. He had one splinter next to his eye. I don't know if you know that, and he was taken to hospital. So everybody is scared. And I tell you, Roger Moore, again, is a gentleman, was a gentleman, really a real gentleman. They don't make them like that anymore. He was very protective of everybody. We were in the middle of Kalambaka, in the middle of nowhere, raining. And there's a photograph with an umbrella and a lot of us underneath for about an hour and a half. And Roger Moore was actually cracking jokes under the umbrella, and everybody was kept. So we just had to stand there, with the rain. So he was doing the entertainment. But the shooting was scary. Let me tell you, very scary.
As you say, it's all done for real. So you had Martin Grace, Paul Weston, Bob Simmons were the three of the big stunt players on the film. Do you remember Paul Weston, Martin Grace, Bob Simmons?
It's breaking up.
Oh,
sorry, I didn't
sorry.
hear the whole thing.
I was just saying, do you remember Bob Simmons, Martin Grace, Paul Weston? They were sort of the big sort of stunt coordinators, stunt people on the
Yes.
film.
Yes, they were the coordinators. And I think they stunned them themselves. Am I right?
Oh yeah, yes,
So
yes.
I got photos with the stuntmen. They were, how can I say it? They were not cocky, They were the opposite, the exact opposite. And I don't know if it's a coincidence that they had a very strong stuntmen, group of stuntmen, drivers, all sorts of fields, skilled in that area. And they were all very, very sort of down to earth. That's all I can say. Down to earth group of people. The casting was really good from the Broccoli side. They must have been because it was the first time, just to let you know, that they wanted a cast list with actors from stage background. And I remember when we arrived there, Roger Moore told me, God, I mean, you people are scaring me. So he was very, very modest. and very naughty. Roger Moore, very naughty boy, he was.
Yeah, I think everybody
In a good
says
sense.
that Roger was quite naughty, and I think there's very few stories that people can tell about Roger publicly because they were so naughty.
Yeah, sure.
So what was Topol like to work with? Of course, he was a bit shaken from the.
Topol I met more than once after the filming in London. Topol, again, another lovely guy, a huge Israeli star, having the theater background behind him, doing national theaters and all that in his country. Lovely, modest, down to earth again, you know, really, really nice. Who are all, I tell you what, nobody was going, oh, my ears, my eyes, that, oh, I know a lot of times actors can be a little bit like children, but we had none of that. We getting on with the job. We were very well looked after. So, you know, I'll tell you about a few things about Roger. Now we talked about his naughtiness. Do you know that my first scene with Roger? Do you remember on the boat when I take Roger to see Topol? We're sitting at his desk after we knocked him down and put him in the cabin.
Mm-hmm.
I go behind Roger with supposedly a gun behind him, yeah, my gun. The director says, action. I can't find my gun. So I have to go like this behind Roger's back. It was my hand. Everybody was killing themselves, laughing. He hid my gun. He hid it somewhere. And that was part of his, persona. And another time, to go again with Roger, there's a scene by that castle where we're filming, where it was me, Roger, and it was Jill Bennett.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember where she has to take
yeah.
the suitcase? She had to grab suitcases and leave.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yeah.
Roger filled those suitcases with light weights. You know, the weights that you put for lighting poles?
Mm-hmm.
The huge square metal chunks, really. You can't lift the suitcase. So when they said action, Jill Bennett was really struggling. She thought she was supposed to do that. So she was struggling. And she carried on, poor thing, She didn't say it's too heavy. Very brave.
Yeah.
So that's Roger,
Yeah. So Jill Bennett was a good sport. She was nice to work
very
with.
good sport, yes. Very. And you took it seriously. When she was lifting the suitcases, she didn't give up. That's why it was funny.
Yeah.
She didn't realize it was a joke.
And
No.
did you encounter Lynn Holly Johnson on the film?
Anyone, sorry?
Lynn Holly Johnson, she played BB?
No, the BB. No, I never came across her since we did the filming. Yes, no, I haven't. I don't know what she's doing now, but I did John Wyman, I see, John Moreno, I see, Jack Klaff, I see, Topol I've met a few times, Charles Dance, we used to meet a lot after the filming. We became very good, very close, actually. He was my main mate when we were filming. And I'm trying to remember anything that sticks to mind. No. What I was going to say about Cassandra Harris, who was with Pierce Brosnan in those days. I don't know if you know that.
I do, yeah.
And there was a child, I think. But I remember Pierce Brosnan came to the filming, and then I met him. He was a very shy young man. I met him at the one me and Cassandra Harris did a lot of press conferences in hotels. And I remember Pierce Brosnan came to the one in St. John's Wood near the cricket ground. I don't know which hotel it is. I can't remember. It was a big posh hotel. And I remember him introducing himself in a very, very shy manner. And I said, what are you up to? I said, what are you doing? Oh, trying to do this and that. He said, but playing it down at the time, So it was interesting being, before he did the 007, he was there involved with his wife, So again, another nice young man he was then.
I think it was at that point that Cubby Broccoli earmarked him for a future Bond. I think he saw that this guy could be Bond later on.
Yes.
So what was Cassandra Harris like to work with? Was she?
She was again sweetie, and I remember when she died, I was very upset because we spent some time in press conferences. Very normal. I say normal because sometimes if you get somebody, not necessarily an actor, who doesn't behave like themselves, she was down to earth, friendly, open, giggly, Very, very nice lady. Very nice lady.
Oh, good. So is there a lot of waiting about when they're filming action sequences like the Doom buggies, the ship sequence? There's a lot of special effects to do.
Yes.
Is it a bit laborious waiting for certain things to happen?
It is actually once they set up the scene and they do rehearse it before the actors are there, we don't get a lot of time. They explain things very quickly. With filming, you see, it's not like stage work where you rehearse and you get the luxury of knowing exactly what you're doing in terms of time. But with filming, you've got to use your brain very fast, very quickly to grab all the information. So they give you the information, the directions, but you don't rehearse it. Not always, sometimes, very rarely. Especially with action movies, you don't really rehearse very, very much. Unless when we did I'll tell you what we rehearsed very well. It was the scene when the character of Michael Gothard's, you remember with the car where he falls down, I think it's Roger Moore kicks him. Where we had, I think, four or five cameras. We didn't rehearse the falling. That was one take, by the way, just one take. Whatever happened, happened. But the coming towards the camera, walking as a group, we did about 3 times, I think. And then they do the actual disaster falling. But they had 4 cameras. If you watch the movie, you can see it's been meticulously edited.
It's quite an important sequence for the film, but also Roger's Bond. I think that at that moment. Do you remember Michael Gothard? Was he about Michael Gothard? Was he a nice chap?
I'll tell you about Michael Gothard. He was very isolated in terms of socializing. I never got to know him. He didn't talk very much during the scenes or afterwards. He was very much, he kept himself to himself. So I don't know much about him. I never got close to him. Hardly exchange words, Very quiet young man, and he was very focused. I remember his concentration, even watching the movie, he was very much the character, I think. That's what was going on. He kept himself very quiet.
Right, yeah. Do you recall anything that you filmed that didn't make it? Anything that was cut from the film? Anything that you recall in that area?
Sorry, I missed that again.
I was wondering if there was anything that you filmed that was cut from the film that you remember.
Cut from the film. Certainly all the Roger Moore jokes were cut from the film. I don't know as to what was left or cut, or no, I'm not really familiar with that. We used to watch. I don't think much was cut because they were doing all the scenes were doing in chunks. The only thing that they cut probably was starting filming in Kalambaka with the monasteries before they put the flags. Once the flags went on and they filmed part of it, then they probably chopped that out, I'm sure. Well, they have. So I don't know really anything else.
Did you encounter Julian Glover?
Do I?
Did you meet Julian Glover?
Oh, yes, more than once. We did also some signings with Julian. Again, a lovely guy, Julian. What can I say? Lovely, warm guy as well. Yes. I mean, the thing with For Your Eyes Only, I said before, is it a coincidence that they got a group of people to get on? Or was it just, it happened, you know? And Julian was lovely. I met him more than once with the signings and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I've met him a few times at signings, and yes, I agree. He's lovely to meet and to talk to.
I mean, did you ever get in touch with him? Because I'm sure he'd be able to do this, you know?
He sort of shies away from these kind of things. He does lots of in-person things, but doesn't really like sort of doing virtual chats. It's not for
I
everybody.
haven't done a lot of actors. I mean, I personally don't do a lot of interviews. I haven't done many of these things. I don't know why. I had a phobia with fame from the beginning. I wanted to become a working actor without the fame, basically, you know, which doesn't always work.
No. So talking about the fame sort of side of it, but having done a Bond film, you must have known that it was quite a big deal to be in a Bond film, but you wouldn't have thought probably that 43 years on, we'd still be talking about it.
At the time, as I said before, you don't take much notice, you know. You think it's part of your job. You do it, and then it hits you, you know. And I think some people say, and I keep saying now to actors and friends, when you're doing a job, relish it, because it goes so quickly. And we are very lucky, Philip, because to do a job that you love and be a job, it's almost not a hobby, but it's almost like not everybody loves their jobs. It's great, whatever job you're doing in life, to do it because you enjoy it. That's the thing. And as an actor, you know, I love doing what I'm doing because you do acting, you do directing, you can teach, you can do all sorts of things, you know. It's a very flexible and informative profession.
And you said about the fame. Is it sometimes disconcerting when you meet fans and they almost act like they know you, and of course, you know, they're strangers to you? Is that a bit off-putting sometimes?
Well, the reason I said before I don't like the fame part is people, when they see you on telly, I think, especially if they see you a lot. There was a time in the 70s I was doing television 3 times a week. So I kept myself at home, because if people stop you, they assume they know you. So they become very, what's the word, personal sometimes, you know? And I think it's a natural thing for us to see people on the screen and think, oh, hello. It's like, I don't know, it's like being part of our household in a way, because the TV is in the house, you know? So, but yeah, it's part of the job. So you have to bear it and enjoy it as well, because there's some lovely people around, warm people who genuinely appreciate and they say nice things to you. So that's part of the job. The reward is for the audience to have a good time, really, and enjoy themselves, and also at the same time for us to be relaxed and enjoy doing it, you know?
Yeah. Did you enjoy doing the press at the time? Did you do it was it just in the UK, the press, or did you do the press internationally for the film?
I did work in Greece and in Cyprus. I directed a lot for the National Theatre in Cyprus and other theatres. Very good actors. Sometimes in an establishment where it's a group of actors being together for a long time, you tend to find it's almost like not manufactured, but the actors become part of a setup that is almost they take it for granted, in other words. So there's a lot of friction between actors, in any big theatre companies like a national theatre, whether it's in England or Cyprus or in Greece. So, but I enjoyed doing it because they invited me from England. I did Molière play, Tartuffe. I brought an English designer, musicians from England. So I took my team with me, so, and it was very enjoyable doing it. We had the luxury of spending as much as we wanted on the costumes and the set. Unbelievable, very good. And the music was stunning, I remember. When something works, that's the reward when the audience queue up to get in. So my reward was seeing the queue outside.
So theatre has always been your main passion? Is that something that you...
Number one. Yeah. My number one passion, actually. Yeah. And looking back, you are right. If I compare the satisfaction, it's a different satisfaction filming, and there's a difference when you're on stage. I did, in the 90s, I did Isabel Allende's House of the Spirits, stage work. And I played the main part, the Padron, Esteban Trueba. And we were on stage for nearly 7.75 hours in 2 parts. Huge production, And the same time, they were doing the film of Isabel Allende's the House of the Spirits with the English actor, I forgot his name now, huge star. Have you seen the movie? The House of the Spirits?
House of the Spirits. I'll have a quick...
The actor who played in House of the Spirits in the movie, not the play. Anyway, it's besides the point. He didn't know, because the stage job was hugely successful, because we had 18 people on stage, live band, South American band, and fantastic reviews. And because the character has to go from 35 to his late 80s, 90s when he dies. And I was asked, how was it done on stage? Well, on the film, you put makeup on, But on stage, I had a beard and white hair, white beard, white hair, my natural. And all I did is dye my, with brushed off, really. It was a black kind of powder dye, both mustache, beard, and hair. And gradually you take it off, so you become older. Simple.
It was Jeremy Irons and Meryl Streep. Is that correct? Jeremy Irons and Meryl Streep?
Jeremy Irons. Yeah. That's the one. Now, Jeremy Irons was, thank you for reminding me. Excuse me. But our director was invited to the premiere with Jeremy Irons with that movie. And Jeremy Irons, I couldn't go because I was performing, asked, how did I do the aging? Now that you mentioned the name, Jeremy Irons, that's it. And the director told him what I did was to take off my black sort of makeup from the beard and the hair and gradually age. And he was quite impressed by that because when you do a film, you've got to put all sorts of makeups, you know, skin, hair, baldness, whatever. So it's more tricky. And it takes away from the characterization, I think.
Oh yes, yes, definitely. With the Bond film, did you find after the film came out that it had a positive impact in your career? Did it help you get parts, or
It definitely has a positive effect, you know. People somehow get impressed because I think it's become a cultish kind of film industry, the Bond films, you know. Everybody knows them. So whether it's hundreds and thousands of miles away, or whether in Europe or America, everybody knows James Bond. And of course, it had a positive effect in my career. Yes, definitely. And somehow people think that once you do a Bond film, it's an achievement. Well, I suppose it is in some ways. I don't know. But for actors, for us, we don't see it that way. We just see a progression of what we do rather than, you know, one thing that's stayed or will stay.
do you remember enjoying seeing the film at the premiere? Were you happy with the final film?
Yeah, I remember the premiere. I thought it was a highlight because we were sent an envelope with all the stickers for the car, or the chauffeur to be put on his car, and a poster with it, which I can't find at the moment. I don't know where I put it. And I had everything in an envelope. And we arrived there, and of course, suddenly you think, what's going on? You know, the paparazzi, they have to photograph everyone just in case they miss something out, you know? So when you arrive there, you think you're a big star, with all the fuss and the interest, you know? It's interesting. It was enjoyable, yeah. But that was the only time. I've never seen the movie after that, you know? I saw it once.
Oh, right.
And I have to admit, honestly, when it was on, maybe I saw a couple of seconds or minutes to zap again. I don't watch, I avoid watching things I'm in. I watch them once because I have to. But I don't like watching myself, you know?
I've spoken to a lot of actors, and most of them are like yourself. They don't like seeing their performance. I suppose we're all our worst critic, and we just would probably pull it apart, really.
Yeah.
If you see something though that's 40 odd years ago, can you distance yourself enough? Does it seem like a different person that you're
Yes, I get a shock to the system. If I see something that I did in the 70s, some people send me clips, and I think, who's that? You know, in the 70s, I had a long hair or curly hair, and now, of course, I'm semi-bald with white hair. So, yeah, it's a shock looking at yourself back. You know, that's interesting. It's like almost you detach yourself from being who you are watching. You think, oh my God, I know that guy.
Yeah. And I suppose it's a lovely thing to have for your family as well, to sort of have,
Sure.
that kind of record of your life.
Did I tell you about the clapperboard? Did you know about the clapperboard of the filming? I've got it. Well, I've got it actually. You can see it in some. It was the last day of filming at Pinewood Studios, and the crew said, "Jim, we've got a present for you." It was my last shot, and they gave me the clapperboard, the real one. So I've got it.
Oh, fantastic!
And I got signatures from everybody.
Oh, that's a lovely thing to have.
Not everybody, a lot of them, a lot of actors, yes.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
The one person we didn't mention was director John Glenn. How do you find John Glenn as a director?
Yes, lovely, quiet guy again. Knew what he was doing. Technically very able with what he was doing. I met John Glenn quite a few times during signings. Very friendly, again, a proper Englishman, I should say.
Hmm. Yeah, I've met him a few times as well, and yeah, he's lovely, down to
Very
earth.
courteous.
Yeah, and I think also because he started off as an editor, that probably helped him as a director because he knew kind of what he wanted. So even though that was his first film that he did,
That's right. Yeah.
you wouldn't kind of know it really.
Yeah.
So just to wrap up our conversation, so do you have any other highlights from your career, stage, film, or TV that you would just like to perhaps mention?
I would say my main highlight in my career must be The House of the Spirits,
Mhm.
the 8-hour marathon.
Yeah.
It was, I remember I had a young actor taking me, because we had a notice at the back for me to know which is my next scene. It was a marathon, really. If you read the book, it's quite fascinating book. But I thought the stage version was done very, very well. Michael Batts was the director, and I had to be taken from, let's say, stage left, stage right, somewhere up the stairs, whatever. It was quite tricky, but it was an incredible experience. Incredible. I can't wish for any actor to have played that part, and I'm extremely lucky, I think,
Hmm.
doing it.
One final question on the Bond film. The cinematographer, Alan Hume. Do you remember Alan Hume at
Yes,
all?
yes, Alan Humes again. It's funny, similar to John Glenn, again a gentleman, Alan Humes, meddle with everybody. We ate in the same table, so they were all quite easy, very approachable. The cast and the crew, you know. And I met Alan Humes many times at the signings, many times.
Oh, good, yeah. I had met people like Alec Mills, who was again a cinematographer. I think he was on for us only in some capacity, but he went on to be the cinematographer for other films. Yeah, Alec Mills was a very good guy. They're all very talented crew on these films. Just again, I think what makes them work so well is that the crew were very experienced. They always had the best of the best, but it was actors or behind the camera.
I think it's important for a director. There's a classic. I remember when I was working at the Royal Court in the 70s. I learned a lot from all those brilliant directors in those days, including the Lindsay Anderson, who was there in charge in the 70s. You've got to have a very good team, whether you're doing a stage production or a film, anything you do, especially in the entertainment business. You have to have a good director, good actors, good lighting, good design. Everything has to gel together like a jigsaw puzzle. That's why if something succeeds, that means that everything gelled together.
Yes. And when you're doing theatre, you're
You know?
doing 8 shows a week normally. How do you keep it fresh for you to you're doing something that much?
It's very hard not to. I remember when I had to learn my lines for uh, um, the House of the Spirits. I mean, I'm talking about pages of speeches. It was based on the book, and a lot of the book stayed into the stage production. And I remember I used to be in my back room, the garden room, as I call it, in London. And I remember doing the lines and knocking my head against the wall uh, from frustration sometimes, because I was doing a show, excuse me, up in Manchester. So at the same time doing the stage production, which was 6 weeks rehearsal for an 8-hour show. And I remember my neighbors next door used to be silent. They were so nice, they were respecting, they knew I was doing lines, and they had no TV, nothing next door, not that I can hear it, but they were absolutely peaceful. And I'm really thankful for that. But it was hard work, learning lines and keeping the part, because sometimes the part can't take over, Philip. It's like, I mean, you can't really say I'm playing a murderer and suddenly I become a murderer. But part of it, the Padron, the Stevan Trueba part I played, was quite authoritative, and he was a macho, had nasty things done in his life. So part of that I kind of maintained in the background in my real life, but not using it, but it was part of me. So I'm sure every actor has to retain some kind of characteristics of a character they're doing. You know, you can't suddenly just leave the person and not think of him. You know, the character, I mean.
And how long was the run of the how long was the theatre run for of House of Spirits? How long were you doing the House of Spirits for?
How long? It was for 4 months, I think, 4 or 5 months, I think it was. You know, and the reviews were very good. We had some stunning reviews. There was plans to take it somewhere, but also money issues are very difficult. You know, it can be. You know.
And my final question before I let you go, in terms of where you are now, are you retired? Are you still, or you still have some things
No,
you want to do?
no, I'm not retired yet. I had offers because of the troubles I had, as you know. It's been going on now. 2023 hasn't been really brilliant. But I'm not retired, no. I've been asked to do some work, good work, and I couldn't do it for personal reasons. So hopefully I will be doing something in the near future. I've been working for 5 years with Assassin's Creed, the game. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
I know of it, yes.
I did 5 years of that. So I love the studio work, and I love I do a lot of voice work as well. So, and I hope something is near the future, you know, there. So I haven't given up yet. No, I haven't retired.
And is voice work an interesting discipline to do? Is it interesting just doing something by a vocal performance, so not having your rest of your acting range, just to do it by voice? Is that an interesting skill to develop?
Well, I tell you, I love spreading my wings. I love teaching. I love directing. I love acting. I like voice work. So to be able to do all those when you are free and you can and they want you is brilliant. I love every the medium of acting is very, very flexible and variable. So, but my thinking now is directing wise, something that I would love to do. I've got things in my head, but we'll see.
Oh, good. And do you still get to go to signings? Is that still something you're open to doing? You're still doing autograph shows and things like that? Do you still?
I haven't done one. Yes, I haven't done one for over a year now. Over 2 years, I think. So I've done some during COVID, and I can't remember when it was the last time I did it. Really, I can't remember. It was two or 3 years ago, I think it was. Yeah.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think I met you at a signing 10, 15 years ago now, so I can't.
Yes.
Somewhere in London,
right.
but I can't remember exactly where it was. Well, thank you very much for taking so much time.
No, it's been a pleasure.
And
it's been a pleasure. Lovely talking to you, Philip. Really good. Thank you.
it's been worth the wait. Yes, we got there eventually. Yeah. Okay. Well, have a lovely weekend. Take care, and I hope it all.
Thank you very
works
much.
out.
Anyway, good luck with it, and let's hope we speak another time as well. Okay, and take
That'd be
care,
lovely.
and good luck with your project.
You too. Take care. Thanks so much.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.